Welcome back, scumbags. Everything is now restarted. With any luck, if the scum gods smile on us and the internet gods smile on us, we might actually be able to play the game now. This is absolutely fucking infuriating. Yes, I understand. Delete. Okay. Right. We've got the game. We've got our stream. I'm going to wait a moment just to see what OBS does before we get in. Okay, OBS is playing ball. Meat grinder. There we go. Let's see. Let's see where we can get. We do still have a couple of little bits and bobs on us for missions. So we brought some chocolate. Okay, thankfully. We brought the chocolate, the grindstone, the bobby pins, and a needle. So we've got a little bit of. We've got a few options to do missions at Mr. General Trader. Let's see if we can. And we can. Lovely. And he's got the chocolate. Small toolbox. Glue. Bobby pins. Needle. Sabotage air conditioners. We're going to give this one a whirl because it pays the most. And if we're lucky, if we get 5 or 6, then we can still complete it at the trader.
I would be really grateful if you could do it.
It's just they nerfed the hell out of how many air conditioners are actually in the trader. Yeah, there used to be air conditioners on the side of the bank here. Yeah, 2. And then one above the door, the entranceway, another one on the back of the bank, and then another one on the back there. Hey, Yos. Welcome back, mate. All good. All good. How you doing? Finally up and running normally. But how many did we get? 7? We're not going to be able to complete that here, are we? We're going to be 1 short. Next, we can get these 2 here. And then if we do this, we can get this one like that. And if we go up here, we can get that one like that. But we're still 2 short and we can't get that one. Like, the only way you'd be able to get that one is if you had, like, a car or something to stand on and be able to jump from there. Because there's no way to get to the roof. That I know. Wait, maybe. Maybe. Hold on. Maybe. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, nice little bit of chilling. Oh, we can get to the roof. Would you look at that? No, I don't know we're actually going to be able to reach this to... Would you look at that? See, if we only had to collect 6, we'd be okay. But because they nerfed how many air conditioners are in the trader, we can't get it. I'm going to give the place one last quick look over. Just in case, because all the air conditioners that were on here were gone. There were none to begin with over here. And there were none over here either. But who knows what they've changed. Oh, someone's been here quite recently. That metal was all over on the ground. Yeah, nothing here. The thing is, I don't have a phone. And I don't know if it's going to autocomplete without a phone. We can pick up one more while we're out and about in the world. Oh look, they're still here. We could go out and get that air conditioner while we're out and about in the world, but like I said, I don't know if it's going to autocomplete. And it gives us $800, which is a really nice amount. If we cancel this just so that we can complete one of the other ones that we have access to, just for the sake of getting the 5 fame right away. I mean, it's not like we're really going to be doing anything with it. If I could get 2 fame relatively quickly, then I would care. Because then we could get the 100 fame, and then we could actually buy the M16 mags and the 5.56 that we need for the Mark 18. And then we'd be right away already rolling with a fucking kick-ass weapon. But seeing as we can't do that, we're gonna need to roll on to another trader anyway. I feel like jumping in and taking the risk to buy myself the bicycle with the bag now already. Yeah, and then making up the difference, going from trader to trader to get the get extra money.
Make sure to stop by again.
The problem is if we do that, then we're going to be under 10 grand, and then if we die, we perma-die, and now we've already got a lot of stuff in our base. Well, our flag by the lake with some boxes, which I won't be able to access if I permadeath because they're locked, and there's no player lockpicking, so I wouldn't even be able to lockpick back my own chests. No, I won't. I'm not going to risk it. I'm not going to risk it. Do we need toolboxes? We don't need toolboxes. We've got... you know what I could do with... I could most certainly do with it. I could most certainly do with another
Welcome, stranger.
MRE. Hey, hi, Def. I never do strength training, mate. I never have. I didn't do it before 1.0, and I'm certainly not going to start now. I started with a 5 strength character, and that's the strongest character that I've ever had in SCUM, that I've played with for a significant period of time. My strongest organic character that I ever had before, I started with 2 strength on the meat grinder a long time ago, and I got that dude up to 4.8 organically, like 0 actual training, just playing the game. So me starting with a 5 strength character is already a mega bonus to me. I've never done any strength training, and I never will. Until they add, like, I'll add this caveat. Until they add actual equipment for the purpose of strength training, I'm not going to do any strength training.
Farewell.
I tried pushing a wheelbarrow AFK once on a PvE server. I was like, I'll give it a go. You know, everyone's doing it. I'm not going to continue doing it, but, you know, I might as well try it to see what it's like so I can say, yeah, I've done it. And I put my dude, I fed my dude. I put him in the garage running in circles with the wheelbarrow as you do. And I went off to do this and that in the kitchen and what have you. And I came back once, fed him, put him back to work again. And I went off to do some other things. And time just got past me. You know, I forgot about it. And then when I came back, my dude was long since dead because he was hungry and thirsty. And it had been so long that when I went to respawn, all of the stuff was gone. Yeah, because 30 minutes, you get 30 minutes to go back to your body. By the time I came back to the computer, all my stuff was gone. I was like, fuck this, I don't care.
Come in. I'll have a look.
I'm wondering where this dude went. I saw a dude running over here. There's 5 people on the entire server, and one of those has to be right here. I don't think he left, but I don't know where he disappeared to. He may well have gone into the medic to lie down and logged out. Well, we're definitely not exiting through the water because I don't want the water weight to make me over encumbered again. I guess we're using the bridge. And now that we have a decent amount of painkillers, I think I'm going to take some. Just in case. I don't trust random people. I don't know who it is. We'll take some painkillers and let that get to its full potential. So that just in case we take damage, we won't be limping from the get-go.
What's up? If you're trying to rob the place, I guarantee you, I'm well armed.
Thought I heard some movement here. Must be hearing things. Right. How long does that last for? A little under 5 minutes, and we took 2 of them. Well, actually, we took them one right after the other, didn't we? So it's 5 minutes period. Not 10 minutes. Taking multiple simply makes the effect kick in quicker. We've just got to get home safe. Well, I keep saying home. It's just a fucking box and a flag. Technically, it's still home. I should probably... What time is it? Yeah, we'll take a little time. We'll take a little time and actually put down a home. That'll get us some fame. That'll get us some more survival and engineering. Then the next time we come away from home, we can bring the Mark 18 with us, because we'll have enough fame to be able to buy the magazines and the ammo. Sorry about the stuttering. It seems just about every single time the beginning of the stream for, you know, an undetermined period of time is a stuttering mess, and then all of a sudden it'll go away, and then we'll be fine for hours and hours and hours on end. I just don't know why. No, absolutely no idea why.
Hello there.
Hey, Wolfie. Welcome back. Sorry about the stuttering like usual. You know the drill at this point. I'm trying to think where there are air conditioners on the way home that we can grab one. Oh, if we go into a normal town, there's definitely going to be one. Well, multiple. I want to stay away from anything that's like more significant POI wise until we can get the, because I'm armed now, because the like whatever algorithm they have that calculates what NPCs are going to attack you is based on a number of things, including how well armed you are. Yeah, so if you have a good gun on you, it's much more likely to spawn in NPCs that are a higher tier to be a challenge against you. And now that I have a good gun, yeah, it's only pistol, but it's still, you know, classified in a certain range of weapons. So if I go to a place like a town with a police station, the likelihood of getting at least guys with shotguns, if not like MP5s or UMPs, is a lot higher. I don't want to push that and risk that until I can get some ammo for the Mark 18, because once I've got once I've got an SMG, yeah, once I get that 5.56 running and we've got a couple of mags of ammo, then I'm much more of a threat to players and NPCs alike. Then I won't have issue with it. But while I'm still only rocking the pistol, I kind of want to stay away from those places, not to risk it. I wonder if there's any on any of the buildings in the old safe zone. We are going past it anyway. We might as well take a look inside. I mean, if push comes to shove, then yeah, that's what I'll do. I'll run into one of the towns near where I am, and then I'll grab it. If I can stay away from doing that, I'd rather do that. Oh, I could have bought a couple of arrows to stock up. I forgot, never mind. Well, let's wait for his stamina to properly regenerate. I went to make breakfast this morning. And I was rather surprised. I was cooking, made the toast, buttered the toast, put the cheese on, made the bacon, got the eggs, opened the egg carton, and I'm looking at the eggs, and it looks kind of weird. Like, it looks pale and like the shell. It doesn't look right. I'm like, this is weird. So I take one out, give it a bit of a sniff. Can't really notice anything, but you can't really from the outside. And I crack the egg, give it another sniff. Don't smell anything bad. And I crack it into the pan, and I notice the yolk is like this bright neon green. It's got like a green tint to it that I've never seen before. And I was like, what the fuck? I'm not eating this shit. I don't want to fucking glow in the dark. So I threw it out and threw the whole carton of eggs out. And I gave it a Google, and apparently it's like a thing where there's some... It doesn't necessarily mean the egg's bad. Yeah, it's some bacteria that grows in the not the yolk, sorry, the white of the egg. It's like this bacteria that grows in the white of the egg. There we go. Air conditioner. Yeah, see? I thought as much. Because we don't have a phone, we have to turn it in. Well, it's a good thing we were able to get one that's this close to the trader. We can go and turn it in, and with any luck, in that space of time, we'll actually make one more point of fame, and then we'll have 100, and we can buy the magazines and the ammo that I wanted for the Mark 18. We can go home and get the gun, and we'll be fully, properly armed. We'll go out into the world more confident. But yeah, it was like this. The white of the egg had this weird like neon green tint to it. So like I said, I threw it out and I gave it a Google, and there's some bacteria that can grow in it, and that doesn't necessarily mean that it's bad. You know, if depending on what has caused it, if it's well cooked, you can eat it all the same. It just looks a little green, but I'd never seen that before, and I just went straight to throwing it out. I'm like, I'm not going to risk it. I had food poisoning once from eating some bad pork years ago, and that put me out of commission for like nearly 4 days. I felt like I've never felt as bad as when I felt when I had fucking food poisoning. Basically puking for like the first 2 days almost constantly, barely able to keep even some water in my stomach. Like after the end of the second day, I felt so weak and worthless and useless. It was terrible. And then it slowly but surely started to get better, and I was able to keep some water and like really plain foods down. But I was like, I'm not risking that. I don't want fucking food poisoning from some iffy egg. I'm not gonna risk it. So it turned out to be just a bacon sandwich, a bacon and cheese sandwich, instead of a bacon and egg sandwich. It was nice. It was nice indeed. And I wait a little. So like after I've cooked the bacon, I put it on some paper towel to soak up the extra grease and everything. And I leave it to like cool a little and put it in, and then I put it in the sandwich, and it kind of crisps up, so it's nice and crunchy. with some lovely slices of gouda. My favourite cheese. Man, you guys make some killer cheese. That's one thing I've really loved about living in Holland. Oh my God, the cheese. Oh. A colleague of mine, where I was working there, he had a friend who, I think there's a special name for them, but I can't remember what the name is. But he like dealt in cheese. He had a specifically like a cheese shop. It's all they sold, like cheese and dairy products. And he knew I really, really liked cheese. And when I left them, because I was out, I lived in Holland for like little over 2 years, nearly 3 years. And when I left them to come back to Hungary to work for the company here, as a going away present, they got me like a big wheel of Gouda. Oh, it was fucking glorious. I was eating cheese for fucking... I was eating copious amounts of cheese for like nearly 3 months. It was lovely. Right, we'll hand this in to Errol. I feel like waiting it out. It's not going to be long. We had 93 fame when we left the trader, and now we've got 94, and we did nothing. That's one fame that we got for just the time passing. I feel like either doing some crafting in the hopes that we get some fame for that, of just like some general shit in the out of things in the junkyard area, or just simply waiting it out to get that one last point of fame. Then I'll have the 100 and I'll be able to buy the magazines and the ammo that I want for the Mark 18. And then when we go home, we can slap that together, and then we'll be rolling heavy at last.
Thank you very much. Welcome.
There we go, yeah, 99.
Feel free to browse around.
10, yeah, nearly 11 hours.
Stay safe.
Call it 12 hours. It's 1 p.m., 1 a.m. Okay, so there's a little bit of a... We can make another improvised pistol with that if we can get some metal. We can sell that. Making the pistol might actually get us some fame. I don't know why people still do the silly thing of pulling the items out when they search. Because in the past, in the past, you'd get fame from finding items, and then you'd have to pull it out of the container to get the fame. But one, you don't get fame for that anymore. And two, the only other reason you might have to pull the items out is when items pop up in the area around you and it kind of flashes blue, it adds XP to your awareness. Yeah, anything that you're aware of in your area that you get XP for. But when you search container, you no longer have to pull the item out for it to be in the world. You get the awareness as soon as you see it in the thing. So like when you search, I can't show, but you know what I mean. When you search and then the other window pops up where you see it, as soon as that pops up, that's when you get the awareness. So you don't need to pull it out of the container anymore. People are still pulling items out of containers and leaving shit strewn all over the floor everywhere for no reason, because you don't have to do that anymore. You haven't had to for a very long time now. You see, same thing. Pulled the items out of the container, but there's absolutely no reason to. All right, what can we get up to here then? We need 2 bolts, which we didn't come across, and we didn't bring any with us. Sticks, so we can't make that. We've got rubber, but I think we need rubber bands if we wanted to make a metal sword. Yeah, oh, rubber or rubber bands, but we only found 1. And again, we won't be able to do that because we can't make a toolbox because we don't have thing for that. What about a kunai? That's duct tape that we don't have, and a workbench. Can make a bottle suppressor, but I don't want to use my water bottle for that. I think we just go and
Hello. What is your emergency?
lie down here for a little while, so that our burn rate of calories is as low as possible. We're not wasting precious energy. We'll wait for the gameplay time based fame point to tick over. It shouldn't be long now. We got 1 fame for that earlier. We should be getting another one any minute. And then we'll have 100 and we can buy all the things that we want. I mean, we could creep. Well, actually, wait a minute. Hey, Jacob. Oh, we are getting it. Okay, we'll creep around. We'll creep around the.
Try not to get injured too much.
We'll creep around the trader zone. Welcome back, mate. We'll up our stealth, and hopefully even that will add towards our fame. Because I do believe leveling your skills is still connected to fame to a certain degree, just not as strong a way as it used to be. Yeah, for getting past certain milestones in leveling your skills, you do get some fame points, but not nearly as much as you used to. Oh wow, we're actually making stealth a lot faster now that we're out of stamina and we're walking. We've got 3,000 and there we go. 100. Haha. Told you it wouldn't take long. I just hope we have enough to buy more than one magazine and one box of ammo. Like at least 2 of each would be nice, but I don't want to go under 10 grand.
What's up? If you're trying to rob the place, guns come unloaded. Security reasons. Obviously.
Oh, are you kidding me? The fucking S. Oh, here's me doing all that work thinking it's 100, it's 150. It's 150, not 100. Even the fucking Hunter 22 mag's 150. That's a bit strong, in it. I need a M16 magazine. Yeah, 150. I thought that was 100. All right, well, I guess it doesn't really matter then, does it? Then we're gonna...
That thing registered? Guns come unloaded.
We're gonna have to roll with just a pistol. Let's go home, shall we? Just a pistol and the bow. No, not drink. Fill the bottle. Oh, wait a minute. Is that soft drink? Yeah, it's soft drink. All right, let's drink it all then. Then we can fill it with water. Where in the world can we go to get stuff to sell and make fame? D3 bunker's gone. Let's bring up SCUM map. Oh no, D3 bunker's still there. C1 bunker. We were going to go into that the other day, but we chose not to because I messed around with the mechs before we found our way in, didn't I? Yeah, in lieu of any abandoned bunkers to go in, we could go to C1. Between the possibility of killing better armed NPCs and just random loot stuff we can find in there, we might get something from there. Well, we're definitely going to go home first and get the basics of a base put down. Or we could just do a trader roam, couldn't we? The distances we're going to need to travel running will be doing a lot of good for our running. time-wise, it's going to take time, so we're going to have a number of fame points tick over simply for time. And if we are a little more guided in what we pick up while we're out and about, like limit it to things that we can use at the trader, sell, or screwdrivers, yeah, then we won't get encumbered too quickly. I think we'll do that. We'll grab our salt and pepper. And I didn't buy any fucking arrows again. Idiot. We'll grab our salt and pepper. We'll dump our loots. This crap that we got together. We'll pick up our other standard items. I will grab the shotgun, even though it's a significant amount of weight. It's the only thing that's it's the only thing with any stopping power that we have ammo for. And then we'll run down to B4, do a mission there, loot towns along the way, kill NPCs along the way, collect items, sell whatever we gather until that point, and then move on to the Z trader, do the same thing, loot and kill along the way, do a mission, sell items, then move on to A0. Just do that circle until we get enough, until we get roughly another $6,000, and then we can buy ourselves at least a bicycle, which will then speed up our ability to do that and get around. Because the bike's $7 grand and the small storage is 1,500, so we need 8,500, and I don't want to go under 10 grand. Now that we're above 10,000, I'm not going below it again. I'm not going below it again. We've got at least one spawn now. Yeah, which is good. I want to hold on to that. And we can stop in on the abandoned bunkers along the way, get the timings, so we know where we need to where we can go and when to do more abandoned bunker runs. As doing that one yesterday really really got me going again. That's the thing that I enjoy doing the most, to be honest. That and kill boxes. The fact that they nerfed the high hell out of it because there's so few of them only leaves me so many options. It's my favorite thing to do. That and missions. Right, as soon as we're no longer a road runner, we're gonna snowball. cycling from point to point cuts down your travel time significantly, and then we just go to the higher tier loot points. Loot and scoot and sell. Loot and scoot and sell. We have to make it to that point first. The D sectors need to be shown a little bit more love, to be honest. Like the first three sectors, 0, 1 and 2, sorely need to be shown a little bit more love, to be honest, in comparison to other areas. T0 especially. I mean, great. There's three things there. There's the bunker in the top right corner, military base underneath it, and then Duga. But then the other 80% of the sector's got nothing in it. Do we have sewing kit? 9 uses. Let's check this hunting tower, shall we? The last one was good to us. We got the Hunter 22 out of it. And nothing this time. Gonna need the feathers when we want to make a decent bed. It's a little disappointing that the NPCs are as rare as they are when they spawn in the wild. And the whole time that we've been playing, we've only come across wild spawn NPCs twice. Once was when we were running across that field just west of Factory. And the other was when we were, I think, in this sector, not far from home. And we went to take a pee and they all of a sudden appeared out of nowhere. And other than that, I haven't seen them in the wild. It would be nice to come across them a little more frequently, just like randomly roaming around. I mean, they are supposed to be simulations of other prisoners. I mean, it's exactly what we're doing. Roaming the wild, running from place to place. You could totally expect to come across another player. It could do with upping how frequently you see them in the wild. Excuse me. Coal mine. All right, we're nearly there. Hey, lovely. Some grapes. Might as well check this place out as well. How big is a tractor door? Very. Okay. All right, well, nothing here. Let's get to our... base location and get a building. I'll put the foundations down and the layout for the bottom floor, walls, roof. Well, we'll see. We'll see how far along we get. We'll see how far along we get. I don't want to spend too much time doing it, but it's going to be good for us fame-wise and skill-wise, and then at least we'll have a place to put down a bed. So if we do log out here, we can at least shed our exhaustion. Right, here we are. Home sweet home. Can go there. So can you. We're going to need nails. We're going to need bolts. We might as well use the wire. Actually, we probably shouldn't take that many. Keep one of those. Then we want our salt and pepper. Right, let's snap to it, shall we? We've got plenty of shitty knives. Not going to waste our precious bushmen on building. Actually, let's quickly throw together another box as well, shall we? Oh, we don't need that yet, do we, idiot? Right. Where are you, flag? Show me the area. You're fucking shitting me, right? Right, we're gonna hang out for a minute and see if we can see where that's coming in. We're looking into D0 from here, from this direction. If we can see where it lands, if we can see it dropping from here, we should be able to make it. We should be able to make it to it on foot. And I've only got one screwdriver, but we have a crowbar. I'd be willing to risk it for the biscuit. We take a toolbox with us. We can. There it is. What's that? Directly southeast from where I am. Come here, precious. Is that the only one we've got? It is. I'm not taking the shotgun. Pistol and bow's going to have to be enough. I think I know where that is. He likes to drop near roads, and seeing we were standing there looking southeast, that's probably next to the road that's on the that leads south on the western side of D0. What's that? Say it came down at 32. We've got 20 minutes, so that's 52. Call it 50. That's the bunker. Yeah, we've just got to go directly southeast from where we are, and we should see it. Depending on how much time we've got when we get there, not how much time we've got on the clock, it's going to take us approximately a minute to open open one with the crowbar. We've got one screwdriver, so we need, you know, 5.5, 6 minutes on the clock. So we should have plenty of time to run there because it's rough. If it landed where I think it landed, judging by how far away it was on the horizon, it's about half a sector from us, and you can run that in about 5 minutes. And there's 20 minutes on the clock when it lands. And we basically started running at it as soon as it showed up. Just so long as we're not searching around for it aimlessly for too long, we should have plenty of time. I didn't bring a toolbox, did I? That might be our limiting factor. I forgot to bring a toolbox. If I'm right, it's going to be to the right. If we follow these power lines, one, we've got a fairly clear view of the horizon, and we're higher up. But if I'm right, then it's going to be somewhere to the right of us, next to the road where the power lines start running south. Because these power lines will connect to some other power lines. And there's another set that runs north-south. These are running east-west. Come on, stamina, hurry the fuck up. Now, this is the road that leads south. You've got to be fucking shitting me. Dropship. I'm going to try it because we've got a pistol. Yeah, and depending on what Luthais set the dropships to, it's totally possible to get rid of the fucker with a pistol. Just depends on how many of them there are. And what kind of cover we can get ourselves. Sounds like 2 at least. And there's the cargo drop. I'm not seeing the drop ships. There's one. We need a thick tree. All the trees are stupid fucking thin here. And there's no rocks anywhere. They even nerfed the trees. At least we had decent thick trees to hide behind before. Where's all the thick trees? It's the thickest tree that there is. This isn't fucking annoying at all, is it? We're right there and we could get the fucker. I could get rid of those two with this pistol pretty easy. We've got no way of taking shelter between shots because all these trees are fucking anemic. And there isn't a single decent outcropping of rocks. Let's wait for some stamina. We're 14 minutes in. We'd need to, oh, there is three of them. We'd need to have gotten rid of them by now to be getting in to actually open all of them. Come on, show yourself. I can see it's there, but I don't want to shoot there. There we go. Over here, please. It is shooting at something else. I can hear it. Without cover and a more significant... Like, if we had the Mark 18, they'd be gone by now. Empty half a mag onto each of them and they'd be gone. Job done. We could walk into the fucking cargo drop. But with no cover... I want to get a little bit further away from them because they seem to be coming out quite far. I don't want him shooting at me again if he happens to come across me. That's rather disappointing, I must say. That's rather disappointing. What's the health setting on these fuckers? Did he put any info on that? Because usually only ever puts info on something if it's changed. Camping, first person. Dropship world encounter, yes. No dropships in the wild. Dropships will be at abandoned bunkers. 2x mech damage, 5x puppet. Metabolism. Okay, so he hasn't put any info on settings regarding dropship, so I would assume it's vanilla. And vanilla, if I was hitting those shots, I'd like to think I was, then at least one of those dropships should have fucked off from the amount of shots we laid down on them. Never mind, we'll get the next one. Hopefully by the time we encounter them again, we'll have the Mark 18 up and running. Next time you'll be mine, fucker. You and your friends. I was quite surprised at how little damage they did to my gear. Like the tack vest, it's like an average encounter. Everything else, just a little bit here and there that we can easily repair. I mean, granted, we only took like 3 shots, but still. And they're gone, because the cargo drop is about to explode. And it just did if I saw... Yeah. Oh, we gave it a try. We gave it a try. If we had better cover, like if there was a solitary thick tree or a decent rock that we could hide behind and peek and move around, yeah, where I could just take my shots and not take damage, then we would have been able to get rid of them and we would have been in that cargo drop. Next time. Right, where are we? We are about there. Yeah, we'll just go home. This entire area of D0 is basically empty. It's just roads and power lines. There's nothing to loot here. We just go home. And get on with the build, as we were going to do before we were rudely interrupted. This place always puts a smile on my face. That's where we made a base on the meat grinder years ago, where we had our first meeting with Mike when he first started playing on the meat grinder. I don't have any locks. Okay, well, let's just We'll pee first. We need to poo as well, but it doesn't take as long as pooing. I don't want to piss myself because then we'll be encumbered from all of our clothes getting wet. You good to go? Okay. Might as well take a look at the old place, eh? We're here. This was like so OG Meat Grinder. This was back when, before they even added the base building system. It was when Luthais' challenges included building the ultimate base using the small, medium and large cabins. And I had the entrance over here, with wall going all the way around the area. I had the small, I think it was the small cabin up there, and medium cabin there, and a large cabin there. And I turned this into like a bit of a garage. And we were quasi living out of this place. Right, let's go home, shall we? It was a little disappointing that we didn't get the cargo drop. But like I said, we tried. If it had been simple puppets, we would have taken care of them and been in and maybe got some nice loots, but it is what it is. I didn't want to push any more because we don't have any more ammo. I don't want to have to crawl all the way back to the trader again just to buy some ammo right now. We've got a little bit of lead left at home. Once we're done with the base building, we'll grab that lead and gunpowder and whatever metal we have, and we'll go and craft some ammo so we don't have to crawl all the way to the trader. But what little we have left, we want to hold on to for player and NPC encounters. I definitely landed some hits. I definitely landed some hits on them. Yeah, because we were at 100 fame. And just from the running around... Yeah, just from the running around and killing like one puppet that we did have since, nowhere near enough time has passed that we should be at 104. So I have a feeling, yeah, look at how far high up our handgun went. We definitely definitely landed a load of hits. Hence our handgun went up and we got some fame for that. But unfortunately it wasn't enough to get rid of them. Even though it's armor-piercing ammo, which in this game still seems to mean absolutely diddly squat. We're going to be going past Prigoria, so I think we might stick our nose around the door. Might as well if we're here. See if we can pick up a couple of odds and ends. It's where we were going to come after we do the building anyway. If we're here, we might as well get it out of the way. Right, time to jog in. Makes me happy, that does. Seeing a sleeper in the building almost makes it feel like OG SCUM. Track the body. What you got for us, mate? Any screwdrivers? No, of course not. You're all stingy fuckers, aren't you? What about your mate? No, no. Half of the course. Oh, phone. Don't mind if I do. We are going to need to come across some NPCs. Or go home. Because that MRE-I8 was the last one I had on me. And we're getting hungry. Daddy needs to eat. Guess. Might as well. Shut up, you muppet. Doing the weird draw again. There we go. Back to normal. We've had that happen quite a lot. It happened like 2 or 3 times just while we were in the bunker yesterday. Ooh, fishing floats. Yes, please. We ran out. We ran out of those. Are you gonna come and do something, love, or just scream at me? Screwdriver. Like, the vast majority of the screwdrivers we've got recently have been from puppets. I haven't seen a single yellow in a week. And even looting-wise, we get more of them off the puppets than just in the world. Not doing that right now. Oh, hello. That goes for good money. This is the one that we just searched, isn't it? Come on, jump out the window. We already searched this as well, didn't we? Yeah, we did. Went round in a circle. Precautionary measure. In case we come across some NPCs and get hit. We'll have 5 minutes. Approximately 4 or 5 minutes of pain suppression, so when we do get hit we won't be limping straight away. We'll be able to more easily counter them. Could do with a toolbox. Just saying. Loot gods. I do need to repair my tactical vest. Come on, where'd that other arrow go? There it is. Right, let's find a machine. Make some nails and bolts, and then we'll throw together a couple of quick toolboxes and repair our gear. We were here yesterday to make toolboxes, and I've totally forgotten whatever mental notes I made about where the fucking machines were, and I'm drawing a blank. There was something about the church. Might have been north and west side of the church. Something like that. I can't remember. This is the one that we already went through. It's just a puppet. I'm not there anymore, love. I heard a bunch more footsteps. That's why I turned around and came back. There's more footsteps there and there. Neither are NPCs, I don't think. Right, well, we've got our machine. And we've got nails, so all we have to do is make bolts. Right, now let's get some wood. Wait, is there some trees back here? Yeah, lovely. Do a little repairing, a little sharpening. Take the leftovers home. Doesn't really matter anymore now that they've changed this, I guess. They used to have to orient them in a specific way so they don't go all over the place, but now it just puts them around you wherever you're standing. It doesn't really matter anymore. Oh. Silly me. Perfect. Everything's repaired that we can repair. All right, that'll do. We'll go home. Can't carry any more anyway, otherwise we'll be encumbered. We'll come back after doing... We'll come back and fully loot the place. Maybe then we'll come across some NPCs after we've done the base building. At least now we've got 3 screwdrivers. That's half a cargo drop already. Now if we get lucky and the next one's near us as well, we don't have to jimmy so many of them open. The last time I timed opening a locker, it was like 120, 125, but that was like with my character that had like 2.5 strength. I have no idea how quickly he's going to do it with 5 strength. I want to have a look at the timer. There's 4 abandoned bunkers over the entire map, and this one was active yesterday. Yeah, it would have gone inactive roughly 14 hours ago. 15 hours ago. I want to see what the timer is on it. Or did it by some freak chance become active again? 57 hours. Then I don't get it. Then I don't get it. Then either only one of the 4 is active at any given time, or you can have one bunker go active for 2 consecutive days, and that's what's happened now. Whatever the other bunker was that was active might have gone active again, because with 4 bunkers and 2 of them active at any given time, that physically shouldn't be able to be more than 24 hours. So either there's only one bunker open in every cycle, or it can double up. Oh, hello. Holy shit, yeah. We'll take the streamer loot as well, because that sells for better money at the trader. That's another fucking $1,000 right there. Holy shit, it was worth coming here. On a complete whim. Oh, and we're encumbered now, aren't we? Yeah, let's get rid of you. There's only 3 uses. Mission items. Might as well. Because I do want to make a lock-picking board. Even if we don't turn them into locks. Ooh, I want that. Oh, mission item. We can use that. We can sleep on that instead of... We can sleep on that instead of making a bed. It'll give us better encumbrance relief anyway. And it's a mission item for when we eventually get to that point at the general trader. We're encumbered again by how much? 2 kilos. Right, time to go home and get building. Not today, Mr. Puppet, not today. Home sweet home in sight. Okay. Let's chuck the goodies away. Don't need any of that crap right now. Okay. Oh, I put everything back in here, didn't I? Okay, so we need the wire, we need bolt. Might as well repair that raincoat. Okay. Oh, and switch out the bushman. Not going to use the precious bushman for building. And logs and sticks. All right, come with me, build box. I've never built here before. Close to here, but never like right by the lake. Gonna build it four wide at least, maybe 5 because I don't like even numbers, and then 4 towards the lake. And the downstairs is basically going to be a 2x4 or 2x5 depending on how wide we end up making it, with stairs to the upstairs, and then we'll use the L frames. So I'm going to go 1, 2, 3, 4 if we can get all the way here. And then these back 2 will be the actual downstairs part of the house. And then given the lay of the land, Probably a double door here and a double door at the other end. So you can like drive through, come in from either side. Stairs upstairs. And then on the second two, there'll be an L frame for support, so we can put walls there. Then the upstairs will be the whole 4x5 or 4x4, whatever it ends up being. And then we'll have our bedroom and main loot upstairs, and then garage and crafting downstairs. And the terrace will have the kitchen, and we'll have a nice little serene pier little terrace to fish from and look over the lake. If after this, over the course of the rest of the day, rest of the stream, we do manage to get to all 3 of the other traders to do missions, that's 15 fame from them. So we need to reach at least 135 before we go on that little trek to ensure that by the time we get to the last one and do the last mission, we have 150. And then we can buy the magazines and the ammo that we need for the Mark 18. The M16 mags and the 5.56. And then we're golden. Then all of our money will be concentrated on working towards a cruiser or a bicycle. No, do not fill with metal saw, you idiot. Fill with kunai. Can we get another one in here, or is it gonna... Oh, we can! Oh, so we could make it 5x5. Oh, that's only 3. Okay, so that's the 4th one. And the next one we won't be able to get in, I don't think. I was miscounting there. It won't let us put this one here, will it? No. That's a shame, though. That would be nice to like have it extend over the water. Can we at least put stairs there? Probably not going to let that either. No. Restricted because of the bank of the lake. Oh, look at that, worms. I don't even want them right now, and we just randomly find some. We couldn't find a single one when we actually needed them when we were going to go fishing. Fucking typical game. Stop filling it with a metal saw. 3. I leave the flag zone on when I'm building now, just so I don't drag the box outside of the area. So then you have to pick it up. Of course, when it's full of logs, you're going to have to take the logs out to pick it up. And it's just a load of hassle. So I just try and colour inside the lines. Five. I think I might just make the inside of the house 3 and just have a single wide terrace. It's not like we need all that much room out there anyway. And I can have the entrance here. Stairs in the corner on either side. And we can drive in. We've got plenty of space to put what's that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, workbench in the middle. We can have a couple of boxes, a couple of wardrobes for crafting materials and what have you. Do our crafting down here. And then we've still got all this space on this side to put wardrobes and whatever. Yeah, we'll do that. Instead of splitting it 2 and 2, the inside will be 3 terrace, and the upstairs will be the whole 4x5. Right, lovely. Let's just get on with it then, shall we? Chainsaw would definitely go down a treat. Right, and I'm going to upgrade everything to at least wood before we even bother moving on for the walls. So if I just put all of the walls up, I'm just going to leave it twig for fucking ages. Like, I know myself. I won't bother upgrading for fucking ages. And it'll look like shit. We're just going to go straight to wood. We'll do the entire floor, then we'll put the walls up, then we'll do all that up to wood. And at least it'll look half decent. Got to make sure to keep ourselves hydrated as well. Alright. Logs, logs, logs. Oh, hey, Istvan. Sorry, I didn't notice you there. If you're still here, my apologies. This is PvP. It's PvP. A lot of people might tell you that it's hardcore. A lot of people that play here tend to say, oh yeah, it's PvP, but people are friendly and we don't tend to shoot at one another. But then just about every time I come across anyone in the wild, I get shot at. So the meat grinder was always famously PvP, but because the settings were so hard, people tended to not shoot at one another, and that lasted for a little while. But it's only like that with people that like know, like, you know, between people that are like actively friendly with one another, that know where one another live and what have you, because it's a solo only server. You're not allowed to squad. You're not really allowed to run with other people, like unofficially. Some people do and get away with it. Those people don't tend to shoot at others, but then the vast majority of people here do shoot at others because it's PvP. The meat grinder has had quite the interesting past. Thought I heard something. That's just general forest background noise. I must say it's nice to see a fellow countryman stop by playing the game. I take it you're Hungarian. Now that we've found some fishing floaters, I'm going to give fishing another whirl. I'm not particularly hopeful. I think whatever issue we had with it bugging out is more related to the fact that we're using an improvised fishing rod, and not the other improvised parts that we were using. There's a hook, thick line. Where did we put the... There it is. Floaters. And we got the worm. All right, line. Floater. Hook. Oh. Yeah. There we go. Come on, where are you, fishies? Oh, you're right there. You son of a bitch. Hey, Tyro. Welcome, mate. We were reeling it in for a moment there. It's just going off of the edge of the foundation interrupted it and got rid of our gear. I'm going to give it one more go. One more go. Or stand on the edge, and then we've got nowhere to fall. Other than into the lake. How you doing, mate? Been scumming much? And it's gone again. And all of our gear. There's something bugged with this. I don't know if it's the improvised rod or just fishing in general. I have a feeling it's the improvised rod because I've never used this combo before. And I haven't had this issue before. I'm not gonna waste more precious fishing gear on it. We've still got MREs to eat anyway. Do we have any shitty ones? Or is it just the precious cheeseburgers left? It's just the cheeseburgers. I mean, we could go into the forest. Just about every time we've gone into the forest, we've come across something. Goat, wolf, a bear. Let's give that a go before we get completely... before our energy reserves are completely gone. See if we can hunt something real quick. If something's going to show itself, it's going to be relatively soon. So we go out, run to the road that way, run to the road the other that way, and then come around in a circle. If we haven't found anything by then, I'll just eat an MRE. You know what, we'll run to the cabin. Come to think of it, because we could always find something in there. Might get lucky. Never know. Well, good to hear, mate. Yeah, I'm slowly coming to terms with it. I'm slowly coming to terms with it. The best I can do is thinly veil my disappointment, but I am enjoying it. We came across a goat here yesterday. And there was wolves over there. And there was a bear the other day further out. So we've definitely got plenty of wildlife in the area. We just got to get lucky. And there is always the gas station further up the road. Between possibility of NPCs rolling up on us and finding food in there as well. It'd probably be a good idea to check it out. We aren't... Oh, we are. We don't have any protein in us. We are going to do a little bit of a hunt. I'm not going to leave myself to be in the negative and get too energy deficient. With the possibility of bears and wolves and NPCs, I don't want to be passing out at the wrong time. We've got 2 MREs. We'll eat one. In the meantime, hopefully we'll... before we get too hungry and need to eat the second one, hopefully we'll find something to kill, whether it's an animal or an NPC. I don't really care. Then we'll be fine. We can eat skewers. I thought what little energy reserve we still had left was going to last a little longer. It was at 4%, and that 4% disappeared like that. And we're going to pass out in a minute. Oh, we've got a bit of meat. Yeah, that bit of wolf steak that we picked up from the wolf we killed. I didn't notice that. Oh, and we've got some more 9mm. Nice. Where's my lighter? There's my lighter. Right, we might as well get on with this then. In the meantime, while we wait for that to cook. We seem to get a lot more logs out of each of the trees now. There was a lot more variety before. Like sometimes you'd only get like 4 or 5, maybe 6, and other times from certain larger trees you'd get like 10, 11. But now we seem to be getting like the 10 logs from just about every single tree. Take a little rest. Let that energy reserve get a little higher. I'm curious to see what our stamina reduction is going to be like on that thing. 45. If we smoked a cigarette, then it would be even higher. That's not bad. At least it's more or less guaranteed to get rid of our exhaustion if we log out on this. We'll let that get a little ways above 30%. Before it gets too dark, we'll go on that little roam. Go to the gas station, see if we come across any NPCs. We'll come back along the road and then come back to here, carry on with the build. If we get lucky, we'll come across an animal or an NPC and then we'll have meat. Then we won't need to eat the other MRE that we've got. Come on, go blue at least. There we go. Alright, let's go on a little roam, see if we can get an animal or some NPCs. How are we weight-wise? Ah, we're fine. We'll be able to carry a whole bunch of meat home. Just so long as we actually come across something. Forest is very quiet today. It's a little disappointing. This is where we had the rando NPCs spawn on us when we decided to take a piss. And they just poof appeared out of nowhere. Like literally, we stood on top of that to take a pee. And then over there, 3 NPCs just appeared. The second I started pissing. puppet. And we've got a restart. Incoming. We managed to get our demo up. Then I'll most definitely be going for defusing those guys. Seeing as even normal bunkers give you so little in the way of loot, defusing them is about the best source of money I can think of. Oh, look at that. Fresh salt. There's whatever part we end up getting off of them, regardless of whether it's a timer or, you know, whatever circuit, we can sell those for like 500 a pop at the trader. And if we defuse them on a regular basis, that'll be I mean, gas stations are basically, if there's puppets spawning here instead of NPCs, it's basically a guaranteed one at least, possibly 2 or 3. Yeah, so you're looking at, you know, averaging out to like $1,000 per gas station you roll up on if you defuse them. And if we're going to be roaming the world, going from trader to do the missions, yeah, we stop at each of the gas stations along the way. If we can sell like 2 or 3 of those every time we get to a trader, then on top of the money we get for the missions, yeah, we're looking at potentially making like, you know, maybe even up to like $5,000 just on the bits that we get from the puppets on one full circuit of the traders. And that's half the spawn. We going here already? No. Right, it's not too dark yet, and we haven't come across any NPCs or animals. And Gorica's just down the road. We might as well. What time is it? Yeah, we've got a little bit of time. We've got MVGs, but I don't want to be wasting that on just general little roams. We don't have a generator. And we don't have a battery charger. So we can't charge our batteries yet. What do we need to make at least a medium? Because I know we need a car battery to make the large. Oh, we don't need a car battery to make the large. I don't know why I remembered we need a car battery for that. Oh, we definitely we're a little far from able to make that because we don't have any of those, and we don't have any electrician's tools. Yeah, that's going to be the problem again, isn't it? That's usually what the problem was. And that needs a fucking metal pipe. I was searching for one of those for ages just to make the fucking scope. 8 electrician's tools. 3 electrician's tools. I mean, we can always buy a small electrician's tool kit. Just to get the small charger out of the way. It takes fucking forever to charge the batteries in the small one, but it's something until we can get the materials together for the rest. If I remember correctly, the large electrician tools cost like 2,000 or 2,500. I don't want to be spending that right now. Small ones like 1,200, 1,500, something like that. It's way more worth it to buy the large one. I just don't want to invest that cash into it right now. Come on, NPCs. Daddy needs some meat. Where are your friends?
Confirm contact. No sudden moves. Eyes front.
Thank you very much for the screwdriver. Armor's doing its job. Very much. Look at that. The armor's very much doing its job. We took very little. Very little damage on it. And we don't even have a... well, we'll go and chop the other ones before they despawn. Took very little... Hey, Smitty. Welcome, mate. Took very little damage on the armor. And we didn't take any bleeds whatsoever. As long as we chop all of these guys up, we should be set for meat for a little while now. I'm getting a little overzealous on using that pistol. Should have just downed them all with the bow. Oh, thank you very much, mate. It's good to be back. I am slowly but surely getting over my distaste. Oh, restart. Well, hopefully all of those fucking body parts will still be there. Daddy needs that meat. Got to have the protein, otherwise we're going to have no gains. Yeah. Like, that's like, you're not. I wear my heart on my sleeve. Yeah, if I'm not pleased, I'm gonna say so. I think you've seen that from. You know, I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. I'll praise where praise is due. Like if I see something that I really like, I'm gonna or some change that I think is beneficial and positive. Then yeah, you know, I'll give credit where credit is due for sure. But I'm not gonna just, you know, blindly hype shit because like a lot of the other guys do, because I feel that's a bit disingenuous. Like if I have a real, you know, gripe with something, I'm going to say so. Yeah, it just because we're streaming doesn't mean we need to be fucking hype machines. Yeah, I think people are like, I get it. I can be a bit cynical, and I can go to weird places, and I can be like that for quite a while. So it's not the greatest thing to watch. I know it's one of my failings, and I do try and hold myself back to a certain degree already. Yeah, and I probably need to do so a little more. Yeah, but I think people in the long run that are genuine, like have a genuine interest in it and want to get the brass tacks of what the game is like, are going to be more interested or drawn to listening to something like I or Luthais or Red or someone that's going to tell it like it is has to say. Listening to a hype man doesn't do you any good whatsoever. Yeah, exactly. We just killed some puppets, but it's fresh after a restart. We're very likely to see another bunch of NPCs roll in. So we've got to be careful and quick. You know what we could do with? Seeing as we're not all that far from home and there are machines here. Make ourselves a wheel for a wheelbarrow. So we need the machine to make a wheelbarrow wheel. And then we can make the wheelbarrow itself when we get home. And then we can see if the OG deep freeze still works. Put all of our meat in one of our boxes and put the box in the wheelbarrow. This is a significant amount of meat. We could make this. We could make these 3 NPCs last for the rest of today for sure. And then probably some of tomorrow as well. Two arms, 2 legs, torso. Because normally I just put it in a bag and then put the bag in the wheelbarrow, but we don't have an extra bag. But we do have a box. We'll see if it still works or they got rid of it. I mean, we'll find out pretty quick because Luthais has the... Okay, it's just a puppet. Luthais has the deterioration, the degeneration, or whatever you want to fucking call it, turned up quite high. So things lose their durability rather quickly. We'll know toot sweet if it's actually doing anything or not. I have a feeling the devs are going to nerf this. I have a feeling the devs are going to nerf this. Yeah, they did the same thing. Like I never played the game at that time, but I've seen videos of it and people have spoken about it. But back in the day, you could chop up puppets and get meat from them in exactly the same way as we're chopping up these bodies. But then they removed that because it was just, you know, because there are puppets everywhere. People were basically never really out of food, so they nerfed it. What's the advantage? There's no real specific advantage. I mean, it's an average human steak is an average meat. It's just, yeah, it's just very easy access to meat. It's just very easy access to meat. It's not like it has anything special or negative. Like, as far as the other meats go, goat meat is one of the best ones because that's got the highest amount of D12 in it, or deep vitamin D, which is one of the things you tend to be deficient of eating other things. So eating goat meat is a good way to keep your Heard a footstep, I think. So yeah, eating goat meat is a good way to keep your vitamin D up. But I don't know of any advantage or disadvantage. It's just a very, very easy source of meat. Whether it's an NPC or a player. Where are we weight-wise? Okay, we're just fine. Fresh pair of yoga leggings. One thing we could do with is toolboxes. How's our... Oh, that's okay, actually. Suppressor's fine. We can repair them when we get home. Yeah, okay. That's Mission accomplished. It's a nice little food roam. I'm going to go back home and get back to building the base. And there's a goat. No, I'm not going after you. No, I can't carry you home anyway. You know what we should have brought with us? The lead and the gunpowder. There's machines here. Seeing as we used up some of our precious ammo, we could have crafted some more. What are you guys doing this far out of town? No, no trick, mate. It doesn't do anything. It doesn't do anything. It's just cosmetic, really. If it's supposed to do something, then it's bugged. But there's no trick to it. It doesn't work. Whether it's the one that you buy or the improvised one that you make, it makes no odds. You're still going to get wet. You're still going to get wet. And even shoes-wise, I can't really cop on to like which one's which that does any real wetness protection. Because I was wearing construction boots before this, walking around in the snow, and they weren't getting wet either. And these hiking boots aren't getting wet in the snow either. It's like outside of... Yeah, they're the same. They're the same. They get wet as well, and they don't protect your feet. They shed water very quickly, but they still get wet in the same way. If you're in the rain, or if you're in a place where it would get wet, they still get wet, and that wetness still translates to your feet just the same, even though they're rubber boots, so they shouldn't. But the only positive of those is that they shed the water very quickly. Once you're out of water, or it stopped raining or whatever, then it'll go from 100% wetness to 0% wetness in like 10-20 seconds. Like, it sheds the water super fast. Yeah, no, I noticed that. The military boots, either one of them, they seem to pick up wetness in the snow. Like, so far, the hiking boots and the construction boots, from my personal experience, the only time they get wet is if it's raining or snowing, like actively raining or snowing, or you go into water. Like if you go into like a little stream or the lake or whatever. But otherwise, even when you're in the snow, the hiking boots and the construction boots, is that NPC shooting at a fucking puppet, or is that a player? Well, whatever it was, that's probably... No, it's still alive. How dark is it? Rather. So, we might... That sounds like a large caliber weapon. I'm going to let the puppets get their fill on that first. Do as much damage to it as they can, and we'll definitely take some painkillers. I'm not going up to that until the painkillers get to a decent point, so that if we do get shot, we don't start limping even temporarily. I've got a feeling that's just a bunch of NPCs again. Just aren't more heavily armed ones this time. I heard 2 different kinds of guns firing there. Yeah, okay. Painkillers are good. Now we just got to approach carefully. Yeah, it's pretty dark, so if it's a player, unless they've got MVGs, I doubt they're going to see me approaching. Unless they're using gamma tricks. Is that an arrow? Could have sworn I saw something flash past me. That is something right there, though. That's one NPC. And we start limping all the same, even though I've got painkillers on. Where are you, cunt? Improvised rifle. I told you I heard 2 different guns firing. These guys usually like to roam in packs of 3. So unless the third one... How's our gear doing? Not too bad. Unless the third one died to the... beeper that exploded. We should see another one somewhere.
Movement nearby. Eyes up.
Where are you, darling?
Defensive position.
It seems to be pretty high. Like, as far as the meat grinder's concerned, it's pretty high. Like, we're seeing 10, 11, 12 people on a pretty regular basis now. Yeah, the painkillers are in full force. I took 2 of them, so it's, you know, I've got even more in my system. And I still went straight to limping when I took a shot from that guy. With armor on. That's rather disappointing. The whole point of preemptively taking painkillers is usually to help stop that from happening. That you've got the painkillers in your system and it damn near instantly counters the limp. And it didn't. That's disappointing. And we've still got 3 kilos worth of space. We can still take a bit more meat. I'd do the Hannibal Lecter speech if I could remember it with the little Chianti and the... But that's about the only part of it I can remember. I ate his... What was it? I ate his liver. I ate his liver with fava beans. So there was something else before the fava beans, no? With a lovely Chianti and fava beans. How are we weight-wise? Still 52. Oh, I don't want to leave... Don't want to leave good meat on the ground if we've got it. You know what I didn't do? Make the fucking wheelbarrow wheel. I was distracted by all my fucking waffling and blah blah. I forgot. Yeah, that'll do. And we've got stag now. Can hear deer over in that direction. Yeah, we're gonna do just fine living in this area food wise. Between the copious amounts of animals and NPCs, we're always gonna have some sort of meat to eat. We're always gonna have some sort of meat to eat. When we were at the town, we finally got a goat, now some deer, 2 sets of NPCs. We've got plenty. Now, if we could find a cake book and buy what we need to make bread and use a functioning stove to make a couple of loaves of bread, that would be absolutely perfection, because then we'd be able to make some cheeseburgers. As far as I'm concerned, hamburgers and cheeseburgers are peak SCUM food. Changed my mind. Once you get at least medium cooking, pancakes are really good as well. Yeah, I must admit, pancakes, hamburgers and pancakes. Once you get to like at least a medium cooking, they're very calorie dense and you get multiple uses from it. I mean, shit, once you get to advanced cooking from a good cheeseburger, you get like 4 uses. Yeah, and they'll average, depending on the quality of the materials that you put into it, you're going to probably get, unless you're using like really shit stuff, you're using like average to middling kind of stuff, you're going to get somewhere between like 1,800 and 2,500 calories per use. And once you get to advanced cooking, then you're going to be getting 4 uses. So in two slots, you've basically got 10,000 calories that you're carrying around with you. And because it's got the bread and the meat and the cheese, most people don't bother with cooking for it to get to advanced. And even when they do, they're just making a wide variety of things and stuff that kind of like catches their eye or is interesting. I came across it. I'm a bit fixated on it because my favorite food before they added the cooking was sausages and cheeseburger MREs. And when they added the cooking, the first thing I went to make was cheeseburgers. And I noticed that when we finally got to advanced cooking, it's an exceptional source of calories. Especially if you make it with the Richard's cheese. You make it with the richest cheese instead of the other one. Glorious cheeseburger. All right, let's turn that back on. We should probably start turning this into skewers while we're building. I mean, look at just how quick it's degenerating. Yeah, we literally just harvested this minutes ago and it's already down like 2-3%. Yeah, basically. Mountain bike, city bike. Until the devs add actual training equipment, that's basically it. Dex goes up by itself, short of, you know, doing a lot of building, so you're carrying around lots of materials all the time, running around cutting wood and all that kind of shit, short of doing that kind of stuff. Yeah, protein, but also pay attention, if you don't want to be wasteful, pay attention to your carbs. Yeah, it's because the carbs aren't necessary for the strength gain. Yeah, you have to have, you know, as high a protein as possible well, just so that one, it lasts a long time, but two, you have to have any amount of carbs to have strength gain at all. Yeah, you've got zero. If you've got protein, you have to have at least some protein, otherwise you don't get any strength gain whatsoever. Yeah, so if this is 0, then this is red and you're not gaining, but you're losing. But the reason why carbs are important is because without carbs, your protein goes down faster. If you try and if you can keep this balanced somehow, yeah, so you eat as equally as much carbs as protein, yeah, then they'll go down roughly equally, but they'll go down slower than if all you're doing is maxing your protein. Yeah, so you can get more out of what protein you're taking in by following it with carbs. Yeah, and the overall net effect that it has on because any carbs you have in your system are going to have a detrimental effect to your strength gain, but in the long run, yeah, it's not such a massive difference that it's going to be noticeable in the amount of time that you're training, taking into account the ways in which you can train now. Yeah, without AFK wheelbarrowing, when you're just doing organic shit, it's better to be able to make most efficient use of it. Fiber doesn't really matter. That's more about getting constipated. And fat will negatively impact the overall max that you could, your max strength gain. So yeah, try and keep fat low, but I'm not really one to talk about to go really in depth in that, because I've never been a real min-maxer on this. I just eat and I've never had issues. I eat whatever I find to keep myself alive and I'm fine. Right, let's light you. Do we have our lighter? Where's our lighter? There's our lighter. Turn off. Alright, so we want some meat. Basically, yeah. Basically, yeah. If you've got the money, and you don't care about the fat part of it, eat a cheeseburger, some cornflakes and kiwis, and then just go ride around a lot. Keep cheeseburgers, cornflakes and kiwis on you and just eat those. Because in body shape, there's no difference anymore. It doesn't matter how you get to certain levels of the attributes. Whereas in the past it did, depending on what you ate, what your balance of nutrition was, your body, the character's body would look different, but it doesn't anymore. Once you get to a certain stat, you're just going to look the same regardless. What was I going to say? Yeah, about the dexterity. I lost my train of thought. Alright, never mind. Oh, they took kiwis off, did they? That's a shame. Was that because people were using it for that particular thing, or... why did they have to be killjoys and remove it? Let's keep on top of repairing that saw, shall we? That's 48. That's too little. We've got another one. I mean, I saw, I was watching Luth just the other day, I think yesterday or the day before, playing, I'm not sure whether it was LDR or Skull Island. It was probably LDR. But I saw him at the... I happened to catch a stream when he was at the trader and he bought cornflakes and kiwis. That was like 2 days ago, so... It's probably a server thing if you guys don't have kiwis. Either that or because that's one of Luth's go-tos. If it has been removed, then he put them back in a trader, but that's less likely. It's probably just that on your server they've disabled it. Got to keep an eye on the sewing kit. We want to leave at least one use on it. Oh, bollocks. I fucked my gloves again. Alright, well, whatever. It might have been because people were using them for that exact thing. If they're not really down with that kind of stuff, maybe that was why they saw it as an easy out, and they didn't want people doing that. Where's my knife? Oh, there it is. Right, let's wait for that to finish. It's nearly done, and then we can put some fresh ones on. When we finish building, hopefully by that time the sun's coming up, then we'll do another little roam, but this time we'll take the lead and the gunpowder with us, and some bolts and nails and what have you. And then we'll go and make some ammo as well. It might do. I was talking about that exactly with Luth just yesterday morning. I'm too impatient to do that. Like even in abandoned bunkers, I jog around. I've got basic stealth, and that's enough for me to be able to jog around. Like, I won't run in a town unless I'm trying to get away from something or I'm already on my way out. But I just jog. I know crouch walking around the town would up my stealth and then would decrease the likelihood of NPCs spawning on me greatly. But I'm just too I'm too impatient to do that, to be honest. Oh, Slick Rick's back at it again. (4 p.m. 4:38). You can get it up. I mean, that's probably one of the easier things to get up. You can get it up pretty quickly by just doing like the crouch walking in, you know, wherever you're going. And when we, you know, we had the opportunity to make a different build where we didn't have to rely on starting with as high a strength as possible, I did prefer to go with advanced thievery and then medium stealth for the abandoned bunkers, but now we've had to seriously take stock of, you know, what we put points into and what attributes you're looking at. I just went for the middle ground and took, was it medium thievery and basic stealth, and we went to an abandoned bunker yesterday, and I was just fine with the basic stealth. So past this point. Where'd the other one go? Past this point, I'm probably I'm only going to make stealth organically on the rare occasions that we do crouch around. I haven't found the need for anything more than that. I mean, it'll be nice to, if it does play into the NPCs, like if that does affect like when and how they see us, it'll be nice. And then anything we do end up getting will be a nice positive bonus, but we've been okay so far. No, I just went straight for 5 strength. I went straight for 5 strength. You get 54 kilos carry weight, and I think with 4 you get something like 44 or something like that. So I'd be damn near maxing out my carry weight already, and I've got less than what I would normally I've got less than what I would normally be walking around with, because I don't have a SMG, LMG, I don't have the mags and ammo for it, I don't have my meds on me, I don't have a bunch of other things on me. So I would already be close to maxing out my weight and be encumbered a lot. So I just went with 5, and I'm living with the other restrictions. Camouflage. It influences visibility to other players and NPCs. Yeah. I mean, that's something that will just come naturally. I haven't done anything whatsoever to affect that. And that comes from slow walking. Well, anything that's not running through bushes, that'll go up eventually. Like one thing I've never done, like that people talk about, you know, grinding this, grinding that to get certain things up. I've never ground anything. For me, it's purely about organic gameplay. I'll pick what attributes I feel give a good balance to the points that I need to put into the skills that I want to have, the basic. And then past that point, the only thing that I would call grinding is basically leveling your thievery on the lockpicking board and leveling your demolition on the practice bomb. Outside of that, I've never done anything in my active gameplay that I would consider grindy. I build bases, I loot, I kill, and I go about playing the game. Before I have a vehicle, I'll be running around a lot, so that'll be good for my dex and my con and my strength. Past that, I've never done anything that would be considered a grind towards a certain skill just to get the next level of that skill. I'll get there eventually. Yeah, especially now since it's 1.0. If we're looking at, you know, servers potentially only wiping when it's forced, or whenever, you know, whenever they choose to, when people feel the gameplay loop is a bit tired, when there's massive bases and, you know, people are dominating, which is probably going to take at minimum like 6 to 8 months, or when the amount of bases and other shit on the server is starting to is going to be a detriment to the server performance. Yeah, so we could potentially be looking at a server being up for, you know, a year plus. It's more of a marathon game to me. Like, I'll get there eventually. I can get by doing the things that I want to do with the skills that I have as they are now. Like, I've got 0 demo, but if I got a kill box card, I'd still go and do the kill box. I'm just fine doing the wire cutting game with 0 demo skill whatsoever. And then when I do the thing, it'll go up really quick. If I had a practice bomb, yeah, I'd practice a little to maybe get it to like medium. Take me like 3-4 hours maximum. Put in a movie, sit, do some wire cutting, watch another movie, sit, do some wire cutting, and then boom, I've got medium. Outside of that, because that's an item in the game that's specifically made for doing that and that alone. Yeah, that's the equivalent of having gym equipment to up your strength. That's not taking a wheelbarrow and pushing it in a circle. But I've never done anything that comes close to being an exploit or grindy just to get stats. Pure organic gameplay. Back in the day when we could still do things like filling blueprints to up your engineering, yeah, where you'd put the spike traps down and then fill it with sticks and destroy it, and put a new one down and fill it with sticks and destroy it. I did that a handful of times, and every time I did, I feel fucking slimy for having done it, because, you know, it's not intended to be done that way. I'm not really down with those kinds of things. I'll get there eventually, because the game is all about it being a marathon and not a sprint. Like, you cannot believe how, like, people are gonna dislike me for it, but it's the truth. Yeah, I've always said it. You cannot believe how happy I am that they nerfed people's ability to AFK wheelbarrow strength increase. You cannot believe how happy I am. Yeah, because now everyone is going to have to get in line and do it the exact same way the rest of us have been doing, not exploiting that shit. So you either start with 5 strength and I start with 5 strength, and the vast majority of the time we are going to be equals, yeah? Or you don't play the game. For me, it's more about equality than anything else. The reason I look at those as being exploits is that you're getting an advantage over someone else. Yeah, you're putting time in, but if when it's literally able to be AFK'd, yeah, then it becomes an exploit. And that I'm not down with that shit. Play the game, be there, actively play the game, up your skill, up your experience, or don't play the game. Leaving a dude running around in a circle with a wheelbarrow is BS. Goodbye, good riddance to that mechanic. I've probably said it a million times. The highest I ever, before this, yeah, before 1.0, where I feel my hand is kind of forced to taking, you know, a 4 or 5 strength build. Before this, and I made, you know, 2 strength builds. The highest I ever had my strength was here on the meat grinder through organic growth, and that was 4.8 strength. That's the highest I ever had my strength, and I played the game just fine. Just fine. Like, yeah, it's very much down to, like, what style of gameplay you're into. And the people that are used to, like, really active PvP, where they want to be able to, they want to have advanced running and as high endurance as they can get and a high strength, so that if they, you know, push comes to shove, are in a melee engagement, 1, they can run around real fast, 2, they can recover from injuries fast, and 3, when they're up close and personal, they have the strength advantage on the melee skill with a decent melee weapon. That I can understand those people have an issue, but this is overall a survival game, and that's one specific style of gameplay that's not even specifically intended as part of the game. Yeah, you play the game however you see fit. You can play it like me, you can play it like those PvPers, you play it in PvE without mechs just because you like building, you do whatever you want. But in the grand scheme of things, you've got to look at the game as a whole. As that you know, you're supposed to be more or less a jack of all trades, but not a real master of any. Unless, like you saw in the past, where large squads would have people that were demolition people, you'd have people that were pickers, you'd have builders, back in the time when engineering actually meant something, where you could, in some cases, not make something at all if you didn't have a certain level of engineering. Yeah, you'd have an engineer and you'd have a this and you'd have a that, but those times are changing, and they're not completely gone, but they're changing, and people are going to have to adapt with their play styles. Like, I have to adapt with my play style just as much as the PvPers that are now sad to see their easy building mechanics gone. Yeah, everyone has to adapt. Overall, I think that the game is that, like, however much I do complain about things, I must say the game is right now at the best point it's ever been, like, without a doubt. Without a doubt. Everything they've added, regardless of the fact that the NPCs can be dumb as rocks, and the fact that when they shoot you, they shred up your gear, which is ludicrous, like, the fact that they lock onto you with laser focus, can see you through things even though they shouldn't be able to, like, for regardless of all of those faults, the the basic elements that they've put into the game now are all massively for the betterment, and they've just got to tweak it and polish it. Like, you know, it took me a minute to calm down and, you know, realize this properly with a clear head. Like, I knew it from the get-go. It's just my disappointment and disheartening on the whole situation kind of overwhelmed looking at it in a better way. But since I've gotten over that, you know, I threw my toys out of the pram, but now I've calmed down. Yeah. Like, I've always been a solo. I've always been a solo, so for me, anything that means the game is more even, is more equal, yeah, so the person that I'm going to be coming up against is potentially going to be more or less the same kind of skill level in the vast majority of things as I am, you know, the better, in my opinion. And I can get by doing a kill box, whether it's in a normal bunker or an abandoned bunker solo, just fine. And I run abandoned bunkers solo all the time. So I can't really speak to that. Like, I don't have the experience in that to be able to say one way or the other. Like, I'm sure it's really nice to play in that kind of configuration, and there's a completely different, you know, completely different flow to the whole thing and different experiences, but I've not experienced that, so I can't really speak to it. Like, the closest I've ever come to actually running in a group was in the short time we played on Rangers server, where we would take, well, it was more, I say we, it was more him taking people. I was more experienced than the majority of the other people that were there, but I was nowhere near as experienced as he was. It was more him taking us. But when we went as like groups to go and do kill boxes to get people that had never done them before, had only done them a few times, to get their confidence and experience up with it. That's about the only time I've ever really been part of a group in the whole 3+ years that I've been playing the game. Oh yeah, cover is key. Cover is key. In any situation. In any situation, whether it's a PvP encounter with a player, an NPC encounter now, or as we saw earlier when I went after that cargo drop and there were drop ships there. If it's a drop ship, cover is always key. Unless you're shooting someone with an M82 and you're a beamer, then cover is key. I just think even the M82 needs a little bit of a rebalance, because you can literally shoot someone on their pinky finger and it'll still kill them. You can scope in, regardless of distance. You can scope in and shoot their hand as their player's standing there. You can shoot their hand and literally shoot their pinky finger, and it'll still kill them. So you don't even have to be a particularly good shot with the M82. It's just point and shoot. Did the other... Is the other thing ready, or did we not put fresh ones on? Or either we forgot about them and they completely burned up, or we forgot to put new fresh ones on. Is it? Well, I would have called it a bit of a hindrance to drive even before 1.0, with how fragile the wheels were. I've always been a Leica man, but how has it changed since 1.0? I haven't driven either of them yet. I haven't had the opportunity, and I didn't go into single player to spawn one in. I thought I'd experience it organically when we get to that point. What's different about it now? What's the hindrance in it? Oh, is the turning circle bad or something? Because, I mean, it's always been a bit of a boat on the road, which does improve some as your driving skill goes up. But for me, it was always more about how fragile it is in comparison to the Leica. Like, I've rolled Leicas down mountains and then it was more or less fine. Whereas I've gone over a couple of bumps a little too hard with the Rager and lost wheels. Okay, fair enough. I get you. Yeah, no, I can imagine. I'm not gonna have that problem, thankfully. I always go for the Leica if I'm going for a vehicle right off the bat anyway. Right, should we build the no, let's get the walls out of the way now. We want a door frame. Where are you? Door, double door. That way. Let's work our way around. We'll put bars here. We want the door here in the middle, because symmetry. Just trying to think. We come and go here. Stairs. Crafting area. Although we do have a nice view. Yeah, let's just do another bars in this corner. And we'll put a wall here. When are these things going to be ready? Are you not going to beep at me anytime today? Oh, almost. Oh, they improved the wolf, did they? Okay, that's cool. There's the beep. mean, that's good. It always was a bit of an underappreciated car. People usually only ever use that if that's what they happen to find, or that was the only thing available on the server because everything else was sold out. The few times that I did drive one, I thought it was alright. I definitely preferred that over the Rager, even before they made the changes to it. The Rager's just far too fragile. It's like the wheels are made out of fucking glass. Even with the wheel armor. If you look at it wrong, it'll disappear. Oh, we've messed up this kunai. Bye-bye, kunai. Sacrifice you to the lake. Let's get a fresh one. Okay. It's a bit of an expensive raiding method, but fair enough. I've never heard of that before. Okay, and we're going to put stairs here, so we might as well just put walls. That's where the crafting bench is going to be. Yeah, we'll just put walls all the way along here. Oh, you can't buy them, so you just got to find them. Yeah, okay, I guess if it's like that, then it doesn't really matter, does it? You're blowing it up, it's going to go back into the pool of vehicles that you find anyway. And everything you need's relatively easy to come across anyway. If you do abandoned bunkers, you're not going to be short on alternators. Junkyard's got more wheels than you can shake a stick at. Like that, yeah, I can understand. All right, let's go and get some more logs, shall we? It didn't beep, did it? Or did it and I just didn't pay attention? Alright, we'll hold on to those because we'll eat them first because they're shit. Get them out of the way. Yeah, and in comparison, look at how much time has passed since I cooked these, and they haven't gone down at all in durability, whereas the meat is just continuously going down. That's why I'm bothering to cook these up. The skewers once cooked will keep a lot longer than just the meat on its own. One thing I really wish that they'd add back to the game, as far as like the food goes, is salting meat. Yeah, don't put it back as OP as it was. There, let's say, don't put it back, but just being able to salt meat was like, take that part of the mechanic out of it, where salting the meat would give you a one-of-one use of meat, and you could do them individually. Like, take that part of it out. But just the basic ability to salt meat, to be able to increase how long it lasts, I totally think should be in there because it's a real thing. Yeah, and nerf how much durability it brings back when you salt low durability meat, because I mean that was the biggest part of the of how and why it was OP when we were still able to do it. You could basically take a bit of steak that was at 1%, salt it, and you'd get 100% piece of meat back. Like that, yeah, is way too OP. Take that out. But just the basic ability to take a 10 of 10 stack of meat, salt it, and then you'd have a 10 of 10 stack of salted meat that would deteriorate, let's say, a quarter as fast as just meat on its own would totally be fucking useful. Yeah, have it use a use of salt for each use that's in the stack. Yeah, because you can get stacks of 2 meat, 5 meat, 10 meat. Yeah, have it use as much salt as many uses there are on the stack of meat. But then, let's say, only have it bring back 50% of its durability. Yeah, so if it's at 50%, you can bring it back to 100, or if it's near 0, you can bring it back to 50. But I think we need the ability to do that, especially on servers where they're likely to nerf animals, so that, because the animal count does count towards the overall entity, like, you know, pop of the server. Some places they'll turn animals off, especially now that you can get meat from NPCs, yeah, so that they can put all the more into puppets and NPCs. Did we already put a timer on this? I can't fucking remember anymore. They were the good old days, though. Before the cooking update. Before Hell's Kitchen. Where you could carry around a 10 of 10 stack of meat, some salt, some water. And then as long as you were able to kill a puppet to get guts, regardless of what level your meat was at, you could salt it back to perfection, use the guts from the puppet and the water to make sausages. You'd get like I think it was a 2 of 2 or 4 of 4 use sausages, and you could eat that raw, and it would give you hella fucking calories. And then of course you take around a stack of 10 of 10 meat, and when you salt it, it took 1 use off. You use that 1 of 1 meat, some puppet guts and water, and then you make sausage, and you can make 9 sets of sausages as long as you can keep up with killing puppets. to get the guts. Those were the days. Those were the days. I lived off of nothing but fucking sausages. Sausages. All right, what do you want? Hey, what do you want from me? You want a log. All right, there's a log. Now shut up. We need more rope. So we need more twigs. That's 64 what? Players or entities? Because 64 seems kind of low if it's entities. Players, okay. Like whatever they did in the background to increase the game's performance, that you're now able to have servers with 120 people on it, is pretty damn amazing, considering previously people were struggling to run servers with like 60-70 players on it without it being stupid laggy. Come to think of it, I should probably stick my head round the door over at Fozzie's place. They seem to pretty stably have a full server almost all day. Okie dokie, mate. You have a good night. Appreciate you hanging out. Good little combos again. You have a good one, mate. Enjoy. Where are we at? 74. So we need 26. Oh, that'll take us down too low. We need 30 uses to remain on that. We'll take that down to like 30 and then we'll go off and repair it at a machine. Probably be crouched though, shouldn't I? So we don't need to be standing to craft rope. And then you don't use stamina for it either. All right, that'll do. Don't need to go OTT. Why is this thing not beeping? Oh, it went out. Holy shit. I want to try and pay a bit more attention to this. I think that's the second load of skewers we lost now. Don't want to be wasting that precious meat. Where's a bush? No bushes? Ah. Alright, that'll do. Okay, and then we're going to want stairs. What kind of stairs should we put in? That? Yeah, I think we go with that. That's just fine. Hmm. Well, I don't want to be losing my catch by going off of the edge. The problem is I can't put stairs here, can I? Anywhere. Because we're so close to the lake. Yeah. So, how high is that? Oh, we can't even put that there. You fucking kidding me? Please tell me I can at least put a fucking support frame at the end. Okay, good. Okay, well, I think we're going to have... Can we put a floor here? We can, okay. Well, we put it a little bit too close to the lake, but I guess we're just going to have to live with it now. Rebuilding, that's for fucking sure. That is a problem, though. I'm thinking. I was planning on having those around the top terrace, but if we can't place it here, it's not going to let us place it one higher up. It's about it being too close on the edge already. So we're going to have an open face terrace on the next level. I guess we're just going to have to be careful, not fall into the fucking lake like an idiot. You come with me. Alright, I'll put the roof on just so we can keep ourselves dry if it happens to rain. And then we'll start working on getting the walls to wood as well. Before we do anything on the second floor. I wouldn't normally do so much in like one sitting on stream as far as building goes, not anymore at least, but it's night time. I don't really feel like being out and about, even though we've got MVGs on right now. I'll wait for the sun to come up, and then however far we've gotten with the build, we'll just leave it at that, and then we'll go on and do our other daytime things. We've got to keep our fingers crossed that we can get a nice, get a rebar cutter and a drill soon. Once we get the improvised workbench going, then we'll be really balling. We can make ammo at home and repair our shit without having to go and find a machine. Doesn't matter what kind of lock we have on here. And lock protection, seeing as there's no raiding on this server. No raiding and no player lock picking. So anything that's behind those doors is safe, whether it's got a lock on it or not. We can do without them on the boxes for now. Just keep the doors locked and it's fine. Right, we can take this inside. Might as well place this. All right, mate. Not much really, mate. We killed a couple of NPCs and did some looting, and now I've been base building. Nothing exciting. Well, we went to try and get a cargo drop, and there was a drop ship there. Well, 3 of them actually, and we tried to take them on, but unfortunately our little 9mm pistol wasn't cutting the cheese. But that was about it. That's about all the excitement that we had. NPC encounters and looting. Welcome back, mate. Alright, so this is going to be the second floor where we have our bed. I think just going to do a basic layout. We're not actually going to fill anything. I just want to spitball. We'll have the bed here with the head here. And then on one of the sides we'll have a door. And then the rest will probably just be bars, walls. Then we can have kind of a loot display and dump here. And then we'll just have a couple of rows of freestanding wardrobes here. And we can go out onto the terrace, which isn't going to have an edge, unfortunately, because we built too close to the lake and we can't place anything there. Right, let's get to upgrading the downstairs to wood as well, shall we? What do we need in here? Let's at least fill it with what we can. Get it out of the way. Metal's in the other box. So we need toolbox. There's too much shit on the ground. So the only thing we need is metal, logs, and then the drill and the rebar cutter. Drills I've seen a couple of, and I even found a rebar cut a couple of days ago. And most definitely not as ubiquitous as they used to be. I mean, give it one, it's 0.3 loot, and two, I have a feeling they changed things like that in general. They used to be everywhere. Like, you'd go into a vehicle workshop, you'd usually find one or the other almost every time you went in. Right, upgrade. We'll get to the logs and the metal. Well, let's get the metal out of the way. Metal, and then, what is it? 5 more logs. We have to go and cut wood anyway. We don't really need that lock on there, do we? We can slap that there. Don't need a lock on a box that's just got sticks in it, do we? Yeah, but you don't have 0.3 loot, do you? Send me a rebar cutter. And we've ruined another kunai. Into the lake you go. It didn't beep at me again. I set the timer and it didn't beep, and now those skewers are gone again. Gonna set an alarm on fucking both of them. You what? Yeah, no, I noticed that myself yesterday. We were looking at SCUM map, and I noticed that there's no kill box icon there anymore. There's no bunker icon there. Like, the stuff outside on the surface is still there, so like to look at it, it looks the same, and the mechs are still there, but the bunker itself is gone. Yeah, no, I noticed. It's a shame. We did a tally. I looked over the SCUM map. There's 4 abandoned bunkers left. Yeah, out of 17. And 7 normal bunkers. Like, there's almost double the amount of normal bunkers as abandoned bunkers, but there's only total 4 abandoned bunkers over the entire map. 11 total. So instead of the 25 bunkers that we had, yeah, split 17 abandoned, 8 normal. Yeah, the 25, that's down to 11 total. 7 and 4. It's fucking crazy. And we have to go and chop wood. It's just the weird thing is... Prost. The weird thing is... There's 4 bunkers. Yeah, 4 abandoned bunkers. And Luthais got it set that 2 can be active. Yeah, so at any given time, there's 2 active. Yeah? So unless a bunker can become active multiple times in a row, yeah, it would always be a 50-50 split. Yeah, whichever 2 were active the day before, and it would move. So if you go to a bunker when it's inactive and you look at the timer should never say anything more than 24 hours. No? Yeah, because it was active, it went inactive for 24 hours. The other one's going to be active, and then it would become active again. So you should never see more than 24 hours on the thing. But we went to this abandoned bunker yesterday while it was active. And I went there earlier today to check it, and it was at 57 hours. Yeah, so it obviously means, well, one, either, even though Luthais said it so that 2 are active, you only actually have 1 active at any given time, or what I said, it's possible that a bunker, like the same bunker, can become active for multiple days in a row. Otherwise, you should never see that the timer being any higher than 24 hours. I mean, it's somewhat easier to be able to keep track of which ones are active times-wise, because you've got fewer places to go and check up on. Yeah, half as many, in fact. But if you get lucky, you can potentially, like me, for example, if I'd gotten lucky, I could potentially have had this bunker go active again. Yeah, right after it was just active. So if you live near an abandoned bunker and you pay attention to the times, you could potentially farm it for a couple of days in a row. Without a card. You just wait for nighttime, walk in, job done. The only time you have to pay attention to mechs and drop ships is if you fuck up a door. I think there might be some people that will be thinking to themselves, a little TMI. I'm not bothered. I only have that feeling in the morning when I get up and I have my first coffee. Coffee and the cigarette. That gets everything working. Did the skewer timer beep again? Or I'm just not paying attention and forgot, or am I just imagining things? I thought we just put it on. No, I'm imagining things. Okay, never mind. Right, off for wood again. Excuse me. Wie is de meneer? Ik ben de werelds best SCUM player. My smallest fan. That's cute. Is she enjoying? She enjoying watching what Daddy plays? Or what is it? Sorry, Granddad plays? Oh, that's weird. Okay, that's cool. That's the main thing. As long as she's having fun. Right, 3 more bits of meat. And we're done. And we've got skewers for days. Well, I wish it was skewers for days. If we go running about with the way that the metabolism is cranked here, I could probably go through the vast majority of that in like one play session over like the course of 6 or 7 hours. Maybe less. Oh, that sounds like a perfect little Sunday. Yeah, I remember what that's like. By the time, when I was working on the beach, by the time summer rolled around and we officially opened, I was already chocolate brown. I was out on the beach overseeing like the works and the preparations for opening from like February. So I'd already be out in the sun from February. By like June, I'd be a dark brown. Spent so much time in the sun. I barely ever get outside anymore. I'm as white as a sheet. You probably walk around with sunscreen in your pocket all the time. You get sunburnt in winter. And planks, please. I'm over it though. I'm over it. Like I like being out in the sun, and you do need it for like vitamin D and what have you. But I'll never go back to being out as much as I used to be. I have a noticeable difference in the quality of my skin since I haven't been out in the sun as much. Like when I was like I'm going on in years. I'm not exactly old, but you know, I'm 44 already. Yeah. And I was starting to notice certain things, especially on like my forehead, where, you know, my complexion was getting a little spotty and what have you. Yeah, and on my arms and my hands especially. But since I'm not working there anymore and I'm not out in the sun anywhere near as much, yeah, like barely ever out in the sun, I've noticed a significant improvement in my skin. Even though I'm getting older, my skin quality has actually improved by looks. Like the speckles and what have you I had on my forehead, they're almost completely gone. It's looking a lot clearer. So yeah, you do need to be out in the sun because you need your vitamin D. Yeah, vitamin D deficiency is a real thing. And if you're not supplementing, then you do need to be out in the sun, but not to the extent that some people make out. Right. And everyone's different. Yeah, everyone's system is different and what have you, but there are certain basic truths that carry across everyone. Some people live, you know, in very sunny places and are out in the sun all the time, and oh, and these are fucked as well. It didn't beep again, did it? I set the timer and it didn't beep. All right, we'll be eating those next then. Yeah, there might be some people that can be out in the sun a whole bunch with, you know, barely any ill effects, and then other people hardly ever go out in the sun and they contract fucking skin cancer. You know, it's so wildly different. But generally speaking, it's better to be cautious, and I'm living proof that, as far as I'm concerned, that making sure your sun exposure is more limited is a positive. Oh, it did beep. I was just not paying attention then. Okay, my bad. I'm going nuts. Right, we'll get rid of that and we'll build another one somewhere else so we don't have to keep running out. Well, we'll let that one finish though, and then we'll get on with this. The sun must be coming up soon, surely. Yeah, it's nearly 5 o'clock. Okay, so we'll get the walls down here up to wood, and then by that time the sun should be up and we can get on with doing other things. We need to go and get more logs again. Oh, but he's okay, like he's cleared up. They were able to take care of it for him. Okay, cool. That's the main thing. I could do with having a little bit taken off of the nose. There's plenty to go around. Oh, we might actually get to advanced engineering as well. Or not advanced, medium, sorry, idiot. And there's medium engineering. Lovely. Where did that extra plank go? Plank decided to disappear. Okay, whatever. I got my dad's genetics. Big nose, big build, big hair, which you can't really tell anymore. But while I had hair, it was big. Basically a big old Jufro. And there we go, there's the beep. Right. Let's have a bit of this, shall we? And we're going to need to poo again soon. But at least now we have a place where we can do it safely. We don't have to worry about NPCs crawling up on us and clapping us while we're taking a shit. Okie dokie. And we need logs again. Basically get one and a half walls done per tree. I think I might just bring a couple of loads of wood in, dump it out, see how far we get. Instead of just going in and out, in and out, in and out, in and out after each one. Medium engineering is good because now we don't need as much to make toolboxes. Oh, it still hasn't gone down. I thought it went down from medium. Okay, we must, because there are some things that like the certain benefits only kick in when you're about 30-50% of the way towards advanced. I thought this would already be effective. Because it'll basically go down to the point where you need 1 metal and 1 plank instead of 2 metal and 2 planks. First it goes down by 1 metal on the first step. So 1 metal, 2 planks instead of 2, 2. And then eventually it'll go down to 1, 1. And the uses of the blunt tool also goes down. So you can get more bang for your buck metal-wise when making toolboxes. I keep hearing something coming from the forest. B0. That's a bit too far away. That's too far away. If we had a vehicle of any kind, we could go for it. I mean, shit, even if we had a bicycle, we could go for it, but that's too far. That's like 2.5 sectors away. We'd never make it. Right, I think we'll get like 2 more loads, and then we'll see how far we get with those. And we should be able to knock it out. One thing I'm a little disappointed that they didn't add back in, the statistics page. Why they had to take that away from us to begin with, I don't know. Like, what was so bad about us being able to see how many puppets we'd killed and what was our longest headshot and all that kind of that bullshit? What was it hurting? Like, did they remove some logging in the game that drew on the statistics page to show you that? Or you know, what was even the motivation to remove it? Like why? I'll never understand that. Like, who was it hurting? What was the problem with it? I don't think I ever took a sniper rifle shot that would have been any more than like 350 meters. I was more interested in the long distance shots for the bow. It was roundabout when I got my got the Steam achievement for the 100-meter plus headshot with the bow. I saw it pop up and I was like, oh, let's have a look at like what kind of distances we can get to. And I was like, oh, can we see it somewhere? Like how far we get? And then I looked at the statistics and saw, oh, it shows you right there. And then I started playing around with it. And this was on Meat Grinder. Back when people were more friendly. And the only thing I had to shoot at was puppets. And my longest bow headshot was like 148 odd meters. It was like right borderline render distance. Because the puppets only render into 150 meters. And they said that they changed that, but they didn't. They said that they changed that a couple of updates ago. But right when they said it, I went to test to see if it was true or not. And the puppets still disappear at 150 meters. So you liar, pants on fire. Right. Let's use this up, shall we? Oh yeah, no, it does really work. They had it turned off for a while, but they added that back. They added that back in one of the updates a few months ago. The windage. I mean, we were talking about it because it even affects the, or not that it even affects, but that it especially affects even the short distance shots, like with a bow. Unless you're shooting with something like a ballista, what, 70-80 pounds plus, yeah, even at shots at like 20-30 meters, the wind has a significant effect on arrows. Even. I mean, I would expect the wind to have an effect on them, especially at longer distances, yeah, and they're more so than bullets, especially. But at the shorter distances, I wouldn't expect the effects to be as drastic as they are. I wouldn't know about that. I've barely flown planes. I'm not really into the planes, to be honest. I'm not really sold on the idea of planes in this game. I don't see the point. Anything aviation, yeah. Like, I get the BCU is the deterrent to go over the wall, yeah, but I don't see it. If people would be being put in a place like this and there were planes available to them, there would 100% be people figuring out, and more likely than not being successful in disabling the BCU and just flying away. Yeah, but boats are so slow, and you can protect against that in different ways as well. It'd be easier to catch and stop someone that's trying to get out with a boat over the water. I don't really I don't really think that they'd put planes, make planes available to prisoners in a place like this. When you trying to put it into more realistic terms, law-wise, I don't see it. Just generally speaking, they're more of a hindrance than anything. Like, just look at the amount of rules that are in place on servers that have them, like what you're not allowed to use them for, to, you know, keep people from exploiting them for things like getting into bases and raiding. And getting teammates into otherwise impossible locations to be able to build on them, like getting on top of the wall to build on it. Yeah, take the Rager engine and put it on a dinghy. That would be fun. Well, they've already got a weird obelisk. They just need to give it some balls. The one that's in the field. If you leave B2 town, is it B? Not B2. Yeah, B2. If you leave B2 town and you start going west along the road, there's the like the monolith. They just need to give it balls. As far as things that we saw in the trailer goes, there's two main things that I'm still waiting to see, like, what will happen down the line. And that's the shit that they showed us that's on the Rager. Yeah, the big spiky bumper and the different types of armor pieces. And the fact that the first time you see the Rager in the trailer, it's a Hellrider pickup version with the big air intake, air scoop thing, the turbo sticking out of the front of sticking out of the hood. Yeah, which we haven't seen since Hellrider days, years ago. Yeah, that and the EOD tech suit. They showed it. The dick guy. Yeah, when the camera pans out and you see what it is, it's the dude standing in the EOD tech suit. If you fucking show us it, you fucking give us it. So I'm very interested to see how that pans out. Don't be like fucking Dean Hall and prick tease us with shit in the trailer that even 3 years down the line never actually makes it into the actual game. And things that they showed in the trailer, they then backpedal on and say, oh, we thought we'd be able to make it, but it's too difficult and this and that. Yeah, go fuck yourselves. Oh, we still need planks here. For those that don't know what I'm talking about, I mean in Icarus, the game that Dean Hall's company Rocketworks made. In the trailer for Icarus, you see the prospectors shooting assault rifles. Yeah, and we only just got assault rifles in that game a few months ago, more than 3 years after the game's release. Yeah, and they're shooting said assault rifles while driving on a quad. Yeah, an actual vehicle. And the quad is not going to make it into the game. Even though you can tame alien buffalo and ride them and get them to pull wagons and that kind of shit, and motorized vehicles apparently too difficult, and they're not going to put it in the game, even though in the trailer they showed players driving around in a vehicle. Typical Dean Hall, so it's not, you can't exactly be too surprised. As you might gather, I've got a bit of a bee in my bonnet about that dude. I'm not one of the people that appreciates him. But he doesn't exactly care. He's made his money and he's driving his Lamborghini. That's all he cared about. He literally worded it exactly that way when in VR Q&A, when talking to a fucking teenager about, oh, how much money that he's spent on the game and he's disappointed with this and disappointed with that. And he literally tells the kid, oh, thanks a lot for putting in your X% to my Ferrari. Narcissistic cunt. Right, we've got to seriously fix this metal saw because I don't want to lose that. That's still got enough on it that we can repair it back to 100%. What's that? About 70, so we need to make at least 4 for that. Everything else is just fine. Right, we don't need the screwdrivers right now. We're not going anywhere near anywhere we're actually going to need them, so we might as well leave them here. We're not going to go to the trader, so we don't need that. We'll take that so we can repair the gun if necessary. Did we repair the... yeah, we did, the silencer. Okay, the suppressor, sorry. We'll eat up before we leave, and then we don't have to take any more than that with us. What's that? 3 logs and a couple of sticks. It's all right. We can bear losing some of that. All right, and then in our next little installment, not now, our next night time, we'll build the second floor and build and upgrade the second floor and upgrade this floor. And then we'll be done for a little while. Well, at least until we can get a vehicle, because I'm not carrying the quantities of metal and everything else we need here on foot to upgrade it to metal. So it's going to stay wood for a significant portion of its future. I just wanted to get it to this so that at least it doesn't look crappy twig from the outside. Oh, we forgot to do that. Let's get it out of the way. We don't need much for it. What's that? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 14 planks. It's 4, 8, 12, 16, 20. So 5 logs. And a bunch of rope. You and those heists. Oh, can you kindly fuck off, Streamlabs? Why do I have to log in again? Right, where are we? Cloudbot. Let's add points. There you go. Sprinkle a little love around and then everyone can have some fun. All right, there we go. Now everything's at a good level. We've got nails and bolts. Let's grab a pack of cigarettes, shall we? Where did we put the cigarettes? There they are. Oh, you know what we mustn't forget? Lead. Which is another good reason why we got higher engineering again. It's going to take less lead to make bullets, which is good. We are currently using 9mm. Where are you, 9mm? 9mm. 7. So we need 1 less lead. Seven, 14, 21, 28, 35. That's 31, 35. So we can make 25 rounds of ammo. We'll have to get metal in the town. Gunpowder. Is that all the lead that we have? That is all the lead that we have. That is all the lead that we have. Okay. Right, once we got that out of the way, then we'll come back, we'll pick up a smattering of quest items. Yeah, bobby pins, needle, chocolate. We'll get the other grindstone, stuff like that. And then we'll start on the rounds. There's no point in going to C2 short of maybe buying some arrows, because the cycle's only going to reset like 5 or 6 hours from now. So we're still locked out there, but we're going to make our way down to B4, then to Z3, and then mosey on over to A0. Loot and scoot along the way. Kill whatever crosses our path. And do missions galore. Well, missions galore. 1 each. But we've got to start somewhere. Well, we could do with stopping off at the C2 trader, because then we could at least sell some of the things that we grabbed, because we've still got that extra knife I want to sell. I want to get rid of that dial lock, the car jack. Yeah, okay. Yeah, we will stop at C2. Feeling chilly, are you? Let me help you with that. Put that. Oh, we've already got yoga pants on. Well, okay, then there's nothing I can do to help you, mate. You won't be chilly as soon as we put the helmet back on. You want to hurry up and finish that cigarette? Let's get ourselves a little screenshot, shall we? There we go. Tomorrow's thumbnail. Yeah, I'm sorry, mate. You're taking too long to smoke that cigarette. I'm not fucking waiting for you to finish. Right. So we've got lead. We've got gunpowder. We've got bolts and nails. We'll pick up metal in the town. There is no need whatsoever to take the NVGs with us, because the sun just came up and it's not going to be night time for quite a while. So we might as well leave that here in the safety. And we totally fucked our gloves up. All right, we've got bobby pins. That's okay. That needs to get reloaded. Server locked. How do you mean? There's no whitelist on or anything on the meat grinder. No, that can't be. That can't be. Like when I started playing earlier, there were like 8 or 9. I imagine that. I imagine the pop would have only gone up by now. Yeah, you're probably looking at the wrong meat grinder. Yeah, you're looking at the meat grinder that comes up at the very top of the battle metrics, because there's a lot of knockoffs. It's the meat grinder hosted by Luthais Extreme Hardcore, and there's 8 people on right now. There's like 5 or 6 knockoff meat grinders. We don't need to take that with us either, do we? We're only using 9mm. That's okay. Extra food. Do we have anything we can cut up for rags that I don't mind sacrificing? Because we don't have any meds. Where do all our needles go? We had a whole bunch of fucking needles. Where did I put all the needles? I know we've got 2 on us. We had like 6 or 7 needles. Where'd they all fucking go? Got 1 left in my box. Okay. If I'd realised I would have washed it. Never mind. Well, it's still going to get the job done, and we've got antibiotics. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Rag's a rag, I guess. Should have checked the dirtiness first. Alright, we've got rags, we've got lead, we've got gunpowder, we've got nuts, we've got bolts, we've got nails. We'll fill up our water. We've got food. And we fuck off. All right, we'll go properly loot Prigoria now. Make toolboxes to repair our gear and make ammo and properly loot through the place. Got to try and control myself though. We really need to keep the pistol for more significantly armed NPCs and players. We can take care of the normal NPCs with our bow. As long as we keep our wits about us, even if we get shot, we should be fine. Just got to make sure we get cover quickly. Oh, we run into the bunker. I want to be running to the fucking town. Idiot. Any grapes for me? Oh, we got some wine as well for once. Let's have a little drinky poo. That's amazing for calories. Just so long as you don't go at little OTT. There we go. That's where we want to be. Prigoria. Biatch. Here's me just running around willy-nilly, not paying proper attention. And get slapped by the first puppet that we fucking face. There's a lot of them here. There's a lot of them here. I kind of have a feeling there might be someone else in the general area. Stay down, bitch. Can hear you breathing. Where are you? Of course you're in the bush. No, we'll do it closer to the workshop. Don't want to be carrying all the toolboxes there. It'll be too heavy. I'm right here, darling. Don't be bashing on the door. Making a ruckus for nothing. Oh, there's a little stream here now, is there? Oh, I didn't notice this before. This never used to be here. Can you jump through the window, please, and not jump at the window? Thank you. Alright, well that place was thoroughly disappointing. Thread. Glorious thread. Worth its weight in gold on hardcore servers. Has that door been opened, or is that just sans doors? No, that's the way it's supposed to be. You want to shut up, mate? Like the layout of the new layout of this town is nice. Like I really like the rework. It looks really cool. And some of the configurations of the buildings and everything, it's like it's really nice in comparison to the way it was before. It would have been even nicer if they'd given the place a hunting store. The town south of the factory got a complete facelift in a very similar way to this place, and that got a hunting store. Given that like this and Gorica are about the only places, like significant places this side of the map, it would have been nice to see the addition of a hunting store. Because I mean, the only place that had it previously was Samobor, and it was a bit of a fucking, it was a bit silly and a bit of a bitch. You literally had to go to the very north of the map if you wanted to get those sort of items. It's nice that they started to sprinkle them around. Come on, hurry up then, darling. Oh shit. That's horde incoming. Shouldn't have let her stand there and scream for so long. Oh, really? Was that it? You called in like one other puppet? Normally when they scream like that to trigger a silent horde, I would have expected all of these dudes in the area to come running. Okay, I guess we got lucky that time. Shut it, love. Oh, screwdriver. Don't mind if I do. And more thread. Lovely jubbly. Hey, drill. Nice. What got his attention? Well, let's go and take care of this repairs and ammo, shall we? So we're not... Oh, hello. Can sell that if nothing else. I really should turn the lens flare down. It's really nice. Yeah. It looks lovely. Yeah. Whatever. It's fucking annoying when the sunlight's flashing off of the puddles everywhere. Right. Pisno. That's all the way down in the Mediterranean, no? Yeah, A2. Alright, that's enough for the ammo. Let's get that out of the way. I want to get it loaded up as quickly as possible. That's full. Lovely jubbly. We're back to 3 full mags again. Right. Oh. We left the grindstone at home, okay. So I don't have to put it aside. Man, it would be epic if we could find a fucking rebar cutter in this town as well. Then we'd have our workbench done already. Then we wouldn't have to come to town for shit like this. And that's repaired. Get that up to spec. That's okay. Suppressor is okay. Bushman is okay. Right, lovely jubbly. Job done. Now we can carry on looting. That's toolbox right there. That's too heavy for us, isn't it? Yeah, thought as much. I wouldn't mind taking it because we can sell it for a couple of $100, but another crowbar. That I will take. Come on, chuck us a screwdriver, mate. You look like kind of fella that would have a screwdriver on him. Vepar. I'm gonna have to give that a Google. That's new. I haven't seen that one before. They usually add stuff like that as like little nods to streamers and what have you. What got your knickers in a twist, love? Why did you come out? We weren't making that much noise. I think the random aggro puppet system has been changed a little, has been tweaked. Because I'm seeing that quite often, where puppets that shouldn't have line of sight on us and we're not making enough noise to get their attention come running for us, but not in the same way as the old random aggro puppets would, where they just lock onto you from like nowhere and come straight at you. Now they'll randomly aggro and run looking for you, and then when they see you they'll come to you, which is nice, because the fucking homing missiles were a bit annoying. You'd be walking along and then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, a solitary puppet would be running straight for you, even though you hadn't made any noise and he hadn't seen you. At least this way, the way it's done now, if that's what it is, you could say like the puppet is a bit crazed and is just randomly like running around and happens to come across you, notices you and comes after you. Before, it was just a bit odd that it would just lock onto you and like a fucking heat-seeking missile just find you wherever you are, regardless of line of sight. Sit down, bitch. I'm working towards getting myself as close to 135 fame as possible before we really head out on our trader run. Because if we hit up all 3 of the remaining traders and are able to do a mission each, that's another 15 fame. And I need 150 to buy the M16 mags and the 5.56 that I need for the Mark 18. So I want to get as close to 135 as possible, and then we'll just head out. There you are. Oh, hello. Gloves. Actually in half decent condition. It's nice that there's a lot more variety on the interiors of the house. Like, it's still limited, but not as limited as it used to be. Because, like, you went into one of these houses, there was, like, 3 variants, and then you basically knew exactly where to look and what to loot. I mean, people are going to get used to it over time and still, and have a good idea of like exactly where to go and what to loot eventually. But there seems to be a lot more variety now. Like, you go into one of those houses, I've probably seen about, I don't know, 6 or 7, 5, 6, 7 different variants of like the interior and what you can loot and what you can't loot. At least it changes things up. And these markets as well. These have got a lot more variety and like the layout now. A lot more variety. Like, I get it when they were building the game. They made a couple of versions, had those as assets. Copy paste. Got the job done. Now that they've had the time and they've put the effort in, it's nice to see a lot more variety in what's out in the world. That's only 0.4 kilo. Are you serious? I don't get their thinking on the weights of certain things sometimes. Like, that's an actual... Shut it, Muppet. Like, that's, for a dirt bike fender, it's a piece of plastic. A little under half a kilo is kind of realistic. But then there are other things you look at and think, why the fuck is that so heavy? Some things they've got the weights like right on point, and other things it's just like ludicrous. And the only reason that even comes to mind to think about those things now is because of the addition of the encumbrance system. we're going to need to pay a lot more attention to what we're carrying. And it would be nice if they paid a little bit more attention into making things more balanced and realistic, and what things weigh. Thought I heard parachuting noise. Take the cork. Can use that for fishing. Right, I think we're going to go back to the base and dump loots. Weight-wise, we're very close to our limit anyway. And it's not like we've got all that much space left on us. We did what we came for. Got our ammo made. Tools repaired. We'll move on. And we just looted this, you idiot. Right, where are we going? North. West. We looted the majority of it. That's 65% at least. Oh, hello. I'll have you. Scored a couple of screwdrivers, drill, which we can throw straight into our improvised workbench. Got the ammo, more thread, bunch of good shit. No need to push it. Well, maybe we'll meet. Maybe I'll show you that end of my arrow. I just wish we still had that compound bow that we found a few lives ago. I was enjoying that. With our strength, yeah, starting with 5 strength, and now the fact that we're at medium archery, we could totally get that thing drawn up to £100. We'd be at the same point as we are with the ballista, just with even more distance accuracy. And then any further gain on our archery would get us with 5 strength. Unless they've changed it again, with 5 strength, I should be able to get to 120 already. I just need to make advanced archery. It's the way it used to be, and like I said, as long as it hasn't changed, 4 strength would get you £100, 4.5 would get you 110, and 5 would get you £120 on the compound bow. All right, we're at 128. We'll easily make up that 7 en route between killing puppets and NPCs along the way and just the amount of time that's going to pass. We can actually make it all the way around. C2, B4, Z3, A0, all the way around. Do missions and loot along the way and sell items that we find. We should easily hit 150 by the time we get home. And then we can finally get to using the fucking Mark 18. Right, you, my friend, can have the drill. And then we want to chuck you in there. Well, actually, we want to take certain things that we want to sell with us, don't we? Don't want you. We'll sell that. We'll sell that. No, we're keeping that. Keeping that. Sell that. Sell that. Sell that. Keep that. Extra crowbar. Right, soap will take. We've got 3. That's a mission. How much glue do we have? That 3. We'll sell that. And all the ammo for it. Keeping the 357s. That's a mission item. We'll sell that. Sell that. That's a mission item, and it can be useful in a pinch if we have to repair our armor. Salt, pepper, sewing kits, repair kit. Rager light. Sell that. Definitely sell that. Take the phone. Grindstone. That's what I wanted. Grindstone. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, so we're still too short for that on a mission, but honestly, that's a bit much weight-wise as well. We'll leave our screwdrivers here. Take some bobby pins, just in case we come across more screwdrivers, and that's a mission item as well. Now we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 different types of mission items. That should do. Should luck out and get at least one of each of those along the way. What are we looking at weight-wise? Bet we're encumbered. Oh, no, we're not. Okay. And that's only going to improve over time because we're going to be getting rid of the majority of that to sell it. So that's just fine. I'll stock up on the foods. Grab some more skewers. Oh, hang about. We're not going to be able to wear that jumper for too long. We might as well put that there, because I just take that off, put it there when it's too hot. Put the shemag next to it. Like that's my normal setup. And I'd have the shirt in there, but we cut the shirt up earlier when we had to heal those C4s. We got them from the dropship. I know, mate. I know. I was just kidding. Right, so we're stocked up on skewers. 6 isn't a lot, but we'll just have to make more along the way when necessary. We'll fill our stomachs with what we can now, with what we got here. And we'll head out. Well, stop watching then. Go and play. Then we can shoot at each other. And it's legit. I think we can squeeze another one in there. I've just got the picture in my head of you yeeting her into bed. Yeet. Bedtime. Yeet. All right, C2 trader it is. We start making monies. Is this thing loaded? Oh, you could do with a reload. Funnily enough. There we go. Much better. Well, it's funny you say that. He was my favourite back when I was a kid. Back when it was WWF. Him and Hulk Hogan. And funnily enough, in high school, our art teacher was the spitting image of Jake the Snake, like down to the hair and the mustache and everything. Oh, you're a Steve Austin guy, yeah? I see, I see. No, you're not. Okay. Oh, okay. Yeah. They had some good ones. And then Dwayne Johnson comes along, Mr. The Rock, but I grew out of that, especially as I got more into the production side of things as far as like film goes. He is like what you see of him putting on the smiley face and what, like he may well be a. And there's a bunch of NPCs. Go on. You've got to be... No! Did you see that? Did you see that? The fucking NPC tanked an explosion from the fucking C4 puppet. The C4 puppet blew up in the fucking guy's face and he just tanked it. I can't believe I just watched that, saw that. Well, seeing as there's multiple armed ones, and they seem to be able to tank fucking C4 explosions in their face, I'm definitely taking these guys down from a distance. The rest of them went into the... Can you die, please? What did he have? Looks like a fucking baseball bat or something. I think there was another one. Yeah, there he is. She. What are you rocking, darling? Are you just melee? I'm sorry. I heard one of them shooting something, and I haven't seen a fucking firearm yet. That's the only reason. That's the only reason I got the fucking pistol out. He's got a bow as well. Who's got the gun? The other dude in there. Oh, that's exactly what I happen to be shooting. Thank you very much. I reckon we might have another one inside. No, not inside. He has a bow as well. Who the fuck had the gun then?
Movement nearby. Eyes up.
Him. Oh, that's a better shemag though. I wouldn't mind changing my shemag. I like the white one more. Alright, we've got to be careful. That's... we can't be using that anymore to repair. We need one used to hand it in. Oh, and he's got a good arrow as well. Not that I'm going to take it, because we're not going to replace 5 or 6. Oh, hello. Oh, hello, darling. We're taking this home. We're taking this home. That we're going to sell. Hello, sweetheart. An extra hiking backpack. Abso-fucking-lutely. We can use that in the... We can use that in the cruiser when we get one eventually. Worst case scenario, it's a replacement if we die and can't get our shit back. That's lovely, that is. It's a good thing we're so close to home. Thought I heard something. If the 9mm isn't locked out at the trader when we go to sell this shit. Well, I was about to say if it's not locked out, we'll buy some normal stuff, but I'd probably buy some even if it's just the armor piercing available, because it's better to be safe than sorry. I need to stop leaning on that fucking pistol. It's just the last couple of days where we're just getting clapped by those fuckers over and over and over when we got ourselves into odd situations has kind of got me on edge. Now I've got a pistol, like a decent weapon. I find myself pulling it all the time just to take care of them as quickly as possible. We need to reserve that ammo for the higher tier NPCs, because we're gonna come across them eventually. We haven't yet, but We're going to come across them eventually, and we don't want to roll up on some of them and then only have like half a mag of ammo because we've spent it all on these fucking bow bastards. We could have easily taken care of all like 4 or 5 of them with the bow. I mean, with a headshot, it seems we're able to more easily take care of them with one arrow than with like one broadhead arrow to the face will take them down sooner than a fucking headshot from a 9mm pistol. The fact that I had to shoot one of them like 2 or 3 times in the fucking face with the gun seems a little excessive when I can shoot him with an arrow and it goes down straight away. Come on, stamina. Yeet. It's on, motherfucker. That wasn't an hour. Did you put her to bed early because Grandad's anxious to play some SCUM? Yeah, okay. Yeah, I get it. I get it. Out in the sun, swimming, running around. That would tire me out as well. Right, was that it? We didn't want to leave anything else here, did we? Might as well reload this while we're here. And the fact that we went to make some ammo is basically non-existent anymore. Right. Now we can head out. Oh, you know what? Hang about. I do not want to be using that to repair everything. Otherwise we'll end up not being able to hand it in. And we've got this bad boy sitting right there. We should probably take this as well, come to think of it. And pick that up to sell it, as it's worth more. Anything else we could have brought with us? I want to keep that, keep that. Mission items. We don't have the weight capacity for that, do we? Oh, we do. Oh, okay. Let's take the jack as well then, shall we? We don't need you. We're not going to be needing it. Oh, but then I don't have the space for the who's or what's it. I guess we're just going to have to chuck some stuff into the raincoat then, aren't we? You can go there. You can go there. Right, let's go to the trader. Time to make some moolah. And now we need to pee. Oh, for Christ's sake. Can you... let us get the fuck out of here already? Like I said earlier, I am never peeing in the open or pooing in the open ever again. The NPCs made sure of that. Start peeing in an open field and then all of it. No, I don't know if you were here or not yesterday. In the field just across the way, on the way to the gas station, there's a power pylon. I climbed up onto the concrete block of one of the power pylons and started pissing. And they literally insta-spawned right in front of me as soon as I started to pee and attacked me. In the middle of nowhere. So I'm never taking a piss in the open ever again. Well, we've got about 3 grand's worth of stuff on us. Given the Rager light should get us a pretty penny. About 3. 3.5. That's 5. That's still a grand short. That's still a grand short just for the bike. It's 2,500 short if we want to get the small storage as well. We can pick up some decent shit and actually do a mission at the next trader. So not C2 because we can't do one there, as I already mentioned. But when we get to B4, if we do that, and we actually find some decent items along the way to sell, and we can make another 2,500 bucks there, then we'll buy a bicycle and a small storage, and that'll make getting to the rest of the places a lot quicker. And it'll do wonders for our strength and constitution, that's for sure. We're going to need another lock for that though, because you don't get a lock for the small storage. You get a lock on the bicycle, but not with the storage. Oh, and we've got another restart coming up. Bloody hell. It's been that long already. Seems like just 5 minutes ago that we just had a restart. Fuck me, we've been going for 7 hours already. It doesn't even seem like 3, to be honest. It's gone by in the blink of an eye. Alright, let's stop and let him catch his breath properly, shall we? How are you doing food-wise? We've still got plenty in us. It's just all the slow release stuff now. If we do start getting hungry or starving, we're going to have to stop and lay down and let it absorb. Oh, you know what? We're in a prime position to go to the workshop on the hill. Where are we weight-wise? 1 kilo. Yeah, great. And remind me to buy arrows, Yos. The last 3 times I've been to the trader, I forgot to top up my arrows. If we have a lot of puppets and NPCs to take down along the way, with any luck, we'll make it to advanced archery by the end of the stream. That'd be nice. Getting a compound bow on top of that would be nicer. Yeah, you're talking about having wet feet, having just landed and you're in the Mediterranean. I'm in the snow. Yeah, and my feet are 100% bone dry. Which I can't figure at all. But our tactical vest and our raincoat is soaking wet. Which is probably adding a good, I don't know, 5 kilos at least to our overall weight. And I have no idea why it's soaking wet. Yeah, no, it's like that. It's like that. Even when you're in the snow, when you stand still, your feet are supposed to get wetter, and then when you walk, they dry as you walk. But the fact that you've got wet feet basically straight after dropping, and you're in the Mediterranean is a bit weird. There's like fuck all for water there. Yeah. Right, where are we? Don't want to go too far west, otherwise we'll blow right past the... There it is. Right, yeah, it's a good thing I started coming this way. I always make that mistake. Then I realise when I'm at the bottom of the valley and I have to crawl back again. Doors are open. NPCs coming at us. Welcome to the tier 4 NPC. Holy fucking shit, mate. What the... They were up the side of that fucking mountain like they're fucking mountain goats. $26. There's no way in hell we're making it back to our body. Not in time. Yeah, that's in 4 minutes. The reset shouldn't matter. The reset shouldn't matter. A lot of people say it does, but... A lot of people say it does, but it shouldn't matter. Wait, hang about. Hang about. Why do I have 0 fame? Why do I have 0 fame? Yeah, I'm going to. It's got nothing, no mention of that whatsoever on the server settings. As far as I was aware, we're only supposed to be losing something like 50% of fame on death. That would have been a massive hit to begin with, because I was happy I was getting myself closer to 150. But nothing about losing 100% of fame. Come on, scum map, load. Yeah, we've got 2.5 sectors to go. In a perfect world, I should be able to get back to my body, but it's far from a perfect world. And there's the restart. I'm still going all the way back to where I died, just in case. restart or no, the body does persist. A lot of people say, oh no it doesn't. Yeah, it does persist. We've got 1, 2, yeah, 2.5 sectors to YOLO run. That's 25 minutes. So theoretically we can make it there in 30. We had a little bit of time. We had a little bit of time wasted, but I'm going to go back as a just in case. I'm just trying to figure out what the fuck they were shooting at me with. It didn't seem to matter an iota with these guys that we had attack vest on. When I looked down to check my health, I was already at like 20 something, and I was like, well, yeah, then this is fucked. I saw them at the front of the workshop running that way. I heard the shot and then turned to run to get cover. And then the next time I turned to look after getting shot, they're basically scaling up the side of the fucking mountain like mountain goats. That was fucking nuts, man. That was fucking nuts. Well, it must have been that with slugs or something. That's about the only thing I can think of. Holy shit. I had 0 chance of surviving that. Solo, I had 0 chance of surviving that. If I had my Mark 18, then I might have been able to take them all down, but I would have been significantly messed up. There was like at least 3 of them. I saw 3. There might have been more. But they tend to come in groups of like at least 3. That's the first time I've encountered that tier of NPC ever. Well, actually, tell a lie. I may have come across them once before, but we were like super like prim geared at the time. I was getting shot at what sounded like a UMP. I've come across plenty of shotgun and improvised rifle and improvised pistol guys, but none of them have done anywhere near this kind of damage. That's why I reckon it was some other higher tier of weapon. Because I survived going up against like 5 or 6 dudes with shotguns and improvised rifles and improvised pistols. When all I had was the improvised bulletproof vest. I didn't even have a tac vest, and I survived that, like going up against 5 or 6 of them. But these guys had better weapons, and they most definitely moved a lot faster. Like, I haven't seen any of the NPCs move that quickly. I mean, Christ, they were seriously scaling that hill like fucking mountain goats, almost as though walking system doesn't apply to the NPCs, and even though it's a steep hill and they should be slowing down, they run all the same. Because that's totally fair, isn't it? Jesus. They honestly, they need to let more actual players play test. Even if they only extended that group of people to the kinds of people they invite to the streamer events. But they need to get more fucking actual play testers on this. Because I'm sorry, if you're a play tester and you think what just happened is fine, then you're not worth your paycheck. And you're doing more harm to the game than good. And you do not know what you're doing. Well, there's one good thing. Poo Fairy's going to give us something. The next time we poo, now that we're a fresh spawn again. As they said in Monty Python, always look on the bright side of death. No? I should name my character Brian and roleplay my way through the world and play Brian from the life of Brian. The Life of Brian, Scum Edition. We're 13 minutes in and we're in B2. That's the shooting range over there. So we could still theoretically make it. We've got approximately a sector and a half to go. The only problem is a large part of that is going to be uphill where we're going to be going slow. Hey, Waddy. Morning, mate. Welcome back. I've run approximately the same kind of distance before and made it. Just not with this kind of terrain. That's what I'm worried about. That hill in front of us is going to slow us down. We've got roughly 15 minutes to make a sector and a half, which in theory should be possible, but not with that hill. You want to keep running, mate? And even if we don't find any of our gear, which is highly unlikely that we will, I'm going to go back to base because we've got a replacement hiking backpack there. We've got another helmet. Then I can pick up other stuff, make other things that we need. Is there even a bunker there anymore? Oh yeah, that's one of the ones that's still there. I'm in B3 already. I'm already almost 2 sectors away. Or not B3, sorry, C2. What am I thinking? Wrong direction. It's the fame that has me flabbergasted. How quickly they were able to just rip through me, firstly, and secondly, the fact that we lost 100% of our fame. That's not cool. That's really not fucking cool. You're already making us spend 10 grand on a random spawn, and then you've got the potential of losing everything you know, potentially put over a week, or like, you know, however long it's been. Because I'm not respawning from permadeath, I can't even do the Dina stuff over again to get that 20. I have to make it all the hard way, and it's going to be harder because my character's already at a certain point skills-wise. Like 1 step forward, 10 steps back. Next to these settings, I can see why a number of people that did start to play and stream here have switched to making LDR their main home. I can see why. If this isn't a mistake on Luth's part. Yeah, we've got 9 minutes to go, about a sector's worth now. A little less than a sector's worth. We're up by... Well, actually, no, it is about around about a sector's worth. This is the first time we're going back to our body after an actual respawn and not a permadeath. Things are going to be a little different. Depending on how this plays out, we've got... I was planning to stream for like a good at least another 3 hours. No, that's not good. I was planning to stream for like at least another 3 hours, and in 3 hours we're not going to get all that much interesting done on here. It would basically be getting ourselves back to a prim point, getting back to base. I'll get back to base whatever happens, so we can at least log in a safe place. But just going through the motions to get ourselves back to Prim, whether we do that here or whether we do it on the LDR where we've already got a start, doesn't really make much odds. At least there we might actually have the thrill of something more interesting happening. Given that there's more people playing there, maybe some PvP or anything interesting. And the loot there isn't horrendously crippling. Now we've got roughly 4 or 5 minutes to go about half a sector. I'm not pinning any real hopes on our stuff still being there. If it is, I'll be absolutely shocked and amazed. I think we're going to be late by just a couple of minutes, and it'll despawn by the time we get there. This is why I tell people not to, like, when you see that you've got multiple sectors that you have to traverse, don't be disheartened. Like, when you fresh spawn, especially when you're doing it with like a pretty established character that you know you can run with, you can run a hell of a lot faster because you've got fuck all on you because you just fresh spawned. And you can go approximately 1 sector in 10 minutes. And yeah, it averages out. If it's flat, you can go approximately across a sector in 10 minutes on foot, like running, stopping for stamina, etc. As long as the terrain isn't too heavy. Any undulation in the terrain is going to increase that. Yeah, but I've made it, for example, from the northern part of A4 all the way back to Samobor, yeah, which is 2.5 sectors. And I've made it back to my body. So it is possible. You get 30 minutes. Yeah, if you're 2.5 sectors away, even including like terrain undulations, unless it's really extreme, you can get back to your body. So it's always worth a try. Some people will see like, oh, it's like a sector and a half away, I'm never going to make that, and just give up. Don't. If you YOLO run it, especially now, I mean, look, what have we come across? Nothing. Back in the day, with the different spawning system, yeah, it might have been a bit different because you definitely wouldn't have been YOLO running through forests because you had the possibility of the wild puppet spawns and then they slow you down. You have to take care of them. You might die again. Yeah, but you've just got to push on. Half an hour is a long time. Yeah, and even that in optimal conditions can potentially be longer. Yeah, we've gotten back to our body 45 minutes after I died and it was still there. But that was because there was another player in the area that had kept the area loaded. Yeah, and the gear on the floor loaded. Yeah, he was close enough that by the time I got there, the stuff was still there. I mean, that's a pretty rare occurrence, I must say. Yeah, but and on a server like this, given the pop is so low, the possibility. Well, actually, that did happen on. Was that the meat grinder or LDR? I can't remember now. I think that might have been LDR. It's when we. Hey, Jacob. Yeah, no, that's exactly what I'm saying. That's exactly why I'm saying. I think that was on the LDR when we died just outside of the C0 bunker, which doesn't exist anymore. And then we came back. We came back from our house, which was in D2. And it took us 45 minutes to get there, and my stuff was still there. Well, that was quite a kick in the bollocks, I must say. Yeah, time's up. We're at the 30-minute mark right now. It was 26. It was 26 when I was dropping in. It's 56 now. We'd need to be at our body. And we're about half... roughly now, we're about half a sector away. We're at the old... We're at the old safe zone, and we've got to run down this hill across the field and then slightly up the hill on the other side. We're literally minutes out. If we had like 2 more minutes, then we'd be making it. No, it's the body pops at 15:20 and then the items disappear at 30, mate. Hey, mate. The body disappears at 15:20 and then the items are gone in 30. Not on top of the 15. Total 30 minutes. We're 2 minutes over. And I can smell my rotting corpse from here. We're so close. Now all we need is to roll up on our body for it to actually be there, but those fuckers to still be there as well. And kill me again for permadeath. That'll really be a lovely cherry on top for my day. Be like dangling the carrots like, you can have your stuff, but boom. No, the time has been 30 minutes for a very long time. The time has been 30 minutes for a very long time. Like the body itself, the corpse, will disappear at some time like 15 or 20 minutes after the death. Like you'll respawn when your body pops. And then the items will be left on the ground. Things you had on your back, or if you had like a pistol in your hand or something like that, those disappear roughly along with the body. But then the rest of the gear is in like a little circle on the ground, and that will stay there for a total of 30 minutes after your death. The only thing that can extend that is if someone's in the area. Like if they're close enough to have like loaded it to keep it loaded. Oh, we're up there. I already ran past. Fucking idiot. Less blah blah, more paying attention. And I need stamina again. Yeah, we're just over here somewhere. On the hill. Yeah, no, I've got my eyes open just in case. Yeah, we were here roughly. There's nothing, not even anything left on the ground. Corpse is gone, all items are gone. We didn't get here in time. Yeah, no, that's why I'm running around over here. It wouldn't have come this far down. Yeah, no, that's the next one. That's the next one. I'm just trying to queue up our position on the stream. Looking at those two trees. Yeah, we were up on this hill. We were up on this hill. I was ADS. When I died, I was ADS on the guys running past those trees. Bush. Tree. Yeah. Bush, tree. Shooting at them over there. Yeah, we've run around this area plenty. If there was anything here, then it would have shown up in the vicinity. It's gone. They came from over here. Yeah, and they came up this hill like they were fucking mountain goats. Yeah, and they were coming at me across here, and I was over on that side shooting. Is there even a fence here anymore? Oh, there is, but you can get round it there. Okay. That's interesting. The speed with which they got up this hill was fucking phenomenal. Absolutely fucking phenomenal. Just trying to line it up. I can't for the life of me seem to line up what I'm looking at on the stream from previous with what I'm seeing in front of me now. It's like the two trees that are there are fucking in different directions. Yeah, okay. This is exactly where I was standing, and I was shooting at them on that rock there. Yeah. Right. We'll get back to our base. After all that, give me a fucking... Give me a rebar cutter. So I can finish my workbench. No rebar cutter. I'll have that though. £50. It's no ballista, but I'll take it. We are energy deficient, seeing as we ate absolutely nothing and ran 2.5 sectors. Streamer loot would have been finding a fucking would have been finding a rebar cutter when I want it. Then we could get home, chuck it in the workbench, and then workbench's job done. That would have been streamer loot. Well, we're going to do that a couple of times before we get home, that's for sure. We've still got a little ways to go, and I've got nothing to eat. We might as well eat some snow. So at least our water deficiency doesn't go crazy. Remember, kids, don't eat yellow snow. I hadn't seen a yellow snowball for fucking ages and ages, and I saw one, what is it, yesterday or the day before? I can't remember. It's so rare that you see them now. Indeed. Just don't talk about huskies. They're too much like wolves, and we don't want to be coming across wolves right now. Or bears. Happy thoughts. No wolves, no bears. Right, catch your breath, mate. Treehouse. It would be interesting. I mean, technically, you can make a treehouse if you use all of the like illegal and exploity ways of building. It's why the sandbag, what is it, what, not the sandbag, what the fuck do you call it, building block? I can't find the fucker now. Where are you? This thing, the base block. It's why a lot of servers ban the base block. You can use that to build such gravity-defying, exploity things. Yeah, that too. Yeah. If you don't have a plane, you can do that too. I'm surprised we haven't passed out again. We're going damn near flat out. And we had that nice shiny SF-19 for all of 9 hours. Oh, we've still got the HS9. I've just got to make it back to 75 fame just so I can buy fucking mags and ammo for it. And there we go. Don't think I've been there. I believe you. I've okay. Fair enough. I didn't know that. I've never been there to check it out. Come on, wake up, mate. There's lovely skewers waiting for you at home. We're at about 100 meters away. Wake up. Come on. Slap some sense into him. Home sweet home. Oh, we've got a nice white one. Let's wear that. And we've got next to no exhaustion. I'm going to go over to LDR. If we're going to start basically from fresh, then I want the last few hours of the stream to at least be a little bit more entertaining and fun. If nothing else, then just for my own sanity to overcome 0.3 loot. After basically, like, we've been going for 8 hours. That's basically a workday's shift worth of work. And we've gone from all the way up in the stratosphere highs, getting some good shit together, to being absolutely smacked in the face by, like, clapped by a group of unnecessarily high-tiered NPCs and losing our gear. I want to at least try and go out with a bit of a bang. Because spending the next 3 hours getting ourselves back to geared state is going to be as boring as fuck. If we're gonna do it, then at least do it where it's actually going to be a little bit more entertaining. We've got a little bit of money there. We've still got a character there. I'll put that in there. We've got gear. We've got a bow. When we continue on tomorrow, we've got a nice clean canvas to make a fresh start. I want to have a little bit of positive fun to end this. Holy shit. 60 people on. Fun little spawn. Oh, we're in the big city, are we? How much cash have I got? 5 grand, 6 grand. We're at the big city. Let's get a little bit further away from that road and out of sight, and at least get the basics together. Yeah, I'll be sure to do that, mate. All right. Won't be needing that. I don't remember the last time I played on a server with 60 people. 60 people on a server used to mean lag fest. Oh no, I know. They whatever changes they've been doing over the past months, especially with 1.0 in particular, is quite amazing. Like I remember back when PK and Fozzie were doing the, you know, the server for He Who Shall Not Be Named. They were testing out stuff with Ping Perfect and talking to the devs to tweak settings and what have you to get it to a point, and they could get 70, 80 people working most of the time. But even then, like when it was really at its max and you had people that were connecting from, you know, a little further away than they should have been, which all added to the overall latency, then it started to get buggy. Like 60, 70 was kind of like the limit. The fact that they've got servers now with 120 people and it runs just fine is fucking amazing in comparison. All right. Let's swing round. Let's not go into town. Let's swing round and make our way directly to hunting shop. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200. Go directly to hunting shop. Now we've got to be careful running around these places. These high-rise buildings like to spawn NPCs. The ones under construction in particular. The last few times I went YOLO running around the town, the entire fucking platoon of them came out of one of the under construction buildings. What's our archery at? Basic. Okay, so at least we can draw. Okay. Oh, hang about. We've got the military cache here. We might as well check that out if we're here. Wait, was that a bag? No. It's just some random garbage on the floor. Yeah, these buildings. These love to spawn the fuckers for some reason. Being a bit quiet because I'm just paying attention. Don't want some fucker to run up on me from nowhere. Who we got here then? Yeah, usual suspects. Haven't seen or heard a single puppet yet. I don't know if that's a player or an NPC. I think it's a player up behind that. What have we got here then? The reason why I say it was a player is because he was in green. Probably a fresh spawn, like us. You son of a bitch. You want to not scare the living fucking daylights out of me, mate. Well, there's some shooting going down outside. Yeah, flare gun, super useful. Thank you for that. Well, the clothes were nice. At least now we can pick that up. Move on to the next one. These NPCs really throw a lot into the mix. Like you can't tell what's going on anymore. Like in the past, you know, you hear shots, you'll be like, oh, it's this or it's that. But I have no idea like what all types of firearms these dudes can spawn with. Yeah, because I mean, who knows? You know, there could be a tier 4 or tier 5 bunch spawning. They're not supposed to in certain places, but they still do. Yeah, so just the fact that you're hearing like MP5, UMP, you know, insert higher tier weapon here, just because you're hearing that doesn't mean it's not an NPC. I mean, that we saw a dude in greens and then shotgun shots. I kind of doubt that the dude in greens found a shotgun that quickly. It's more likely that where he was by some apartment buildings, there were some NPCs there and he got shot at. But you just can't tell anymore. Gun store number 2. Lowlifes do like to camp this one. That's all she wrote, isn't it? Right. Next. If I find a yellow screwdriver here, I swear I'm going to fucking eat my hat. Fishing line was nice. If we ever come across a puppet, then we can make ourselves a few goodies. This place is just off. It's so fucking eerie without the puppets. I'm expecting to see puppets like all over the place. And there's nothing. It just feels wrong. There's still loot here. Okay, nice. At least they didn't change this. On a vanilla loot server, that's a little suspicious. Probably looted already. I don't know what you mean with those abbreviations, mate. Oh, shotgun shells. It's a nicer colour. It goes with the rest of my get-up. Okay, I get you, but... What's the max character count got to do with anything we were talking about? I might have lost the plot a bit. What were you saying that in regard to? Be a pleb. Close your doors. Gun store number 3. You want to shut up, mate? Hoping to get a nice clean headshot. Thought I saw something there. Okie dokie, mate. Well, you have a good one, mate. Appreciate you hanging out. Have fun. Have fun scumming. No promises. I'll do my best. Finally. Now I can make it. Oh, there was a puppet in the fucking... There was a puppet in the gun store, wasn't there? Oh, and a phone. That's nice. We could have chopped the gun store puppet up for a bone. It just completely was lost on me. Right, in the next hunting store. And then we're out. Want to spend as little time in here as possible. I'm mega surprised we only came across one person the whole time we've been here so far. There's 60 people on. The big city is usually a fucking PvP hotspot. Is everyone so afraid of the NPCs that they're just sticking to doing other things, or like what gives? Oh yes. Bye-bye. Grab Miss M's knife. Don't mind a Negan jacket. Don't mind if I do. We've already got one of those on, haven't we? Yeah. We can draw this fucker, can't we? Oh, yeah. Most certainly we can. Right. Let's get the fuck out of here, shall we? And that is the difference between 0.3 and 1 loot. Anyone that says they can't make it on a vanilla server isn't playing the game. Did we get lucky that we didn't come across people in the big city? Yeah. But can anyone get lucky like this? Abso-fucking-lutely. Yeah, it would seem that, well, one, we're still on the grace period, so people are just probably trying to build their base as quickly as possible, and they're more likely to be going to places like factory and quarry and junkyard and wherever else to get materials to do that. But this game is on vanilla. It's far from hard. The NPCs have definitely thrown people a curveball. Yeah, that I granted. That I'll give you. Yeah, here they're not going to be as hard because it's just the default level 2. Yeah, on Meat Grinder they're the full force maximum level 3. But we're crazy people over there. On vanilla, it's far from hard. Yeah, it might be challenging in some aspects, but it's far from hard. You've got to give it a chance and become familiar with where you're going to find what you're looking for. What have we got done as far as quests go? So we've already got the armor unlocked here. You know what? I haven't properly been through Maroth since 1.0. Could go and take a look at that, see if there's anything new there. That was the location for one of the little teaser pictures and videos where they were showing 0.1 and 1.0. It's this road here. He was walking from this tree line onto the road, down to the road, past the buildings. Potato. No potato? Come on. Give me potato. There we go. Potato. One potato, 2 potato, 3 potato, 4. Zucchini we'll hold on to. If we find some mushrooms and we kill an NPC, we can totally use that as the veg for a mixed skewer. What did we get? Mac 10, AK 15. Well, we're not going to be getting one of those anytime soon. Might as well sell it. Didn't mean to do that. Fat fingered it while I was reaching over the keyboard. You want to give me a screwdriver, don't you, so we can go to the dam. Ah, damn it. Right, let's start moving in a little slower, shall we? Can pay attention. Well, this place looks mega different. Any additions or just a facelift? That's new, but it's not like it really means anything. It's just decorative. Oh, this is completely different. Little terrace for the bar. No boxes on the pier anymore. There used to be boxes you could search down there. The fact that we're actually seeing puppets here, and we didn't see it, we only saw a few outside of the ones that are like standard issue, so to speak, in the gun stores. In the big city of all places. Can you not jump through that anymore? That's unfortunate. Restart. Look at that chonky boy. That loaded out chonky boy. Let's take a quick gander at SCUM map. C1. After going to the C2 trader, C1 is going to be the closest actual bunker to go for looting, isn't it? Yeah. We might do that. We might do that. What did we pick up items wise? We don't have anything that's quest related on us right now, I don't think. Short of the M9, which is our only weapon. Which doesn't really help me at the moment unless I can find a magazine for it. It's kind of a non-starter. Against NPCs, maybe it'll help us, but players, it'd have to be a freshie. Yeah, what do we have? Yeah, nothing's a quest item. At least not for any quest that we have access to just yet. Could do with a needle. Some bobby pins. That would give us some options. Battery would be nice too, then at least we could put these NVGs to use, seeing as night is closing in on us. Where are your friends? You guys never seem to be alone. Body's gonna despawn before I can chop it. I can't do any chopping right now because that bleeding injury will open up. Alright, let's get some healing on. Let's at least get it to like halfway. See if the body's still there. We're lucky we found this thing. The stab proof. That first shot from the improvised pistol that fucker had would have done a hell of a lot more damage had we not had that. I mean, supposedly we got hit in the pelvis. How that factored into protecting us when that ends there. And we got shot here. I heard steps. Don't know if I'm just hearing things or someone's there and they're trying to stealthily move. Could have sworn I heard fucking at least 2 steps. Well, that's nearly in recovery now. We might as well wait for it. On the plus side, the NPC body's still there. We'll be able to chop that up for some meat. All we need is some mushrooms. Might as well get on with it. Feel like some fucking vulture dragging the corpse away to take care of it. Right, lovely meat. Oh, we've got basic survival. All right. Yeah, chop. Get some more meat. Then we'll move on. We can make it there alive. Next stop, C2 Trader. Oh, hello. Can't take it with us. We might as well use most of it up. What are we going to get? 95. Nice. Nice. Oh, screwy. Yes, please. Did we? No, we didn't. I found a solitary bobby pin. And I was contemplating taking it. But I was like, fuck it. One bobby pin. We don't even have a screwdriver. Now, that solitary bobby pin would be worth gold. Can we search everything here? There's a lot of boxes, but fuck all to actually search. We can still jump out here though, can't we? Yeah, okay. If we had that bobby pin, I'd use the screwdriver. I'd go to the dam to open a locker. You never know. All right, let's turn the filter on for you guys so you can actually see something. One thing I hadn't bothered to check now that comes to mind, did they patch out the the NVGs not turning off when you ADS with the K6 helmet on? I meant to check that over on the meat grinder when we still had a K6 helmet. I forgot. You're starving, Marvin, are you? Okay, let's... What we got? We got plenty. Oh, here we go. Have some of that. The #1 food endorsed by AFK wheelbarrow pushers. Just a little bit further up the river here is where I made my first ever base in SCUM. Playing on Rebellion RP. Hybrid PvE, PvP roleplay server. First time I ever played on a multiplayer server. Well, no, first time I ever played on a server. Only played single player up until that point. Made a little cabin. Like the first 2 weeks of my SCUM existence on a server basically consisted of running between Maroff and the dam. Go to the dam to check all the boxes and the stuff on the roof of the big building. And maybe open up a few lockers if I had screwdrivers when I actually figured out how to do that. And then take the loots home. Go to Maroff. Loot that up and then just rinse and repeat in between the two. And when we had a bunch of stuff, take it to the trader and sell it. That was my first 2 weeks of SCUM existence. My entire life revolved around like half a sector. We've come quite a way since then, I'd say. Alright, keep it moving, son. No rest for the wicked. We can still make it up here, can't we? I bloody hope so. This is the way I normally come. Doesn't look too steep. They did manage to completely change the atmosphere, like give the place a completely different aura. It does feel proper creepy running around at night now in the vast majority of places with like the extra fog and what have you. I mean, shit, especially when it's like heavy rain at night. Proper creepy. Go on, catch your breath, mate. Right, let's top up the stamina before we go over the breach. Before we crest this hill. Can't see much. Give us a shout if you see someone. You guys can see more than I can with that filter on. Surprised we haven't come across any bases yet. Well, then again, this is LDR. Solo duo. I'm thinking of what was SE, which is now Skull Island. That place, people used to like to put bases up here. Well, on a lot of servers that have like larger squad sizes. Then again, even on LDR, just before the update, there was a duo that built a pretty impressive concrete base with like the typical rust-like peaks on multiple levels, compound wall of the works, and that was like just here somewhere. It's really nice to see as many people on LDR as there are, but because it's a solo duo server, it's kind of surprising. It's definitely going to make it all the more interesting, but I never in a million years would have expected like 60 people to be on. It's cool. Just thinking back to that last NPC encounter, that first dude that I shot, I was looking at him and the first thing I thought was like, this is fucking Harry Potter. Had the little round glasses on and the weird haircut. All right, have an egg. I was hoping to save these, but I don't want you passing out on me in the last 100 meters. At least we're safe now. New glitch bug. What's that? Okay, that's weird. You have checked that it's got a battery, yes? Okay, fair enough. You don't want me to say it for you, do you? You know. Right, do we have any... We have zero mission items, which is kind of rare for me. Let's see if we can scrounge something together from here. Not exactly surprised so far. It's perfectly balanced. Hey, there we go. A needle for Errol. Let's just hope he actually wants one. No, I can imagine. What about the bikes? Get yourself a nice little cruiser, like we were originally working out way towards before a nice group of tier 4 NPCs clapped us. Nothing. Okay, that's weird.
Welcome, welcome. Feel free to browse around.
You want to get your smelly shoes off the desk, mate? Yeah. Yeah, much better. Who left $15 here? I don't mind.
Could you help me with
Grindstone. So just watch. He's not going to want a needle. Oh, he does. Okay. Lucky.
I would be really grateful if you could do it with haste.
Okay.
That's disappointing.
You're
I'll be changing
disappointing.
mine. Let's see what you have. Here's what I got.
Oh, you give me $18 for that stinky shirt? You can take it, mate. All yours. Get some salt and pepper while we're here. Oh, I have to go and get myself a card, didn't I?
Goodbye.
That sounds very odd, mate. That sounds very odd.
What's up?
Not
If
much
you try to
common.
rob the place, I guarantee you, I'm well armed.
Right, what we got here then?
Looking for work. Here's what I got for you.
I'll take that. At least it's something. Oh, we didn't go to Ramesh, did we? To get a bank card.
Greetings, valued customer.
What that starter card was still doing out in the world, I do not know.
Welcome, stranger.
Okie dokie. Mr. Common, please hook me up, son. I'll take one of your finest bags. Can't get armor yet. Let's get some...
All right, let's do this.
Some of those. Can't get armor. We'll make an animal skin jacket. Don't really care about the shirt right now. We've got good pants already. Boots are too expensive. I think we'll get hiking boots over by Errol. All right,
All right, let's do this.
You want to shut up, mate? I'm getting there. Don't rush me. We've got to get the obligatory cheeseburger.
Guns, come on. That thing registered? Kidding. Nobody cares.
Right, we must sell that at the general store then, I guess. We can't get magazines, can we? No. All of that only unlocks at 75. Right, get that cheeseburger down, you mate. That'll do wonders. Holy shit, it's 9:30 already. That went by fucking quick. Well, I think we're going to finish up at Errol and then just log out in the medic, I do believe. That went by a lot quicker than I expected.
Welcome, welcome. Feel free to browse around.
How much are the hiking boots, mate? Where are they? £1,000. You're having a laugh, ain't you?
Let's see what you have.
I'm not paying you £1,000 for some hiking boots.
Here's what I got.
I will have a bit of salt and pepper, though. There we go. What do you mean you're starving? We just shoved a cheeseburger down your throat. Well, that's a result. We got ourselves back fairly nicely geared, if I do say so myself. It's a good starting point, at least. We already survived some NPCs, so that stab-proof vest is definitely worth holding on to. Yeah, no, I think we're going to call it there, because I still wouldn't mind having something to eat before I have to retire. Oh, we had a nice run. It's a shame things over on the meat grinder went so pear-shaped, but I mean, it is what it is. We have to put up and shut up until they tweak things a bit more. Because I think it's absolutely ludicrous that you come across such a high tier of NPC and such a completely mid POI. That level of NPC that we come across should only be at places like fucking bunkers. It's just a vehicle workshop and a house, and then tier 4 dudes crawl out of the fucking woodwork. That's just not on. That's just not on. But yeah, like we just got to put up and shut up until they actually do something about it. with any luck, if any of them actually open their eyes and take a look at the Steam reviews and the comments that are on the Steam community and on the Steam, like what's written in the Steam reviews themselves, they'll pull their finger out and do something about some things a little quicker than usual, because they dropped nearly 15% in what is it, positivity. It was mostly positive for the recent, mostly positive, and the last time I checked it already dropped down to mixed, and it may very well be mostly negative by now. I haven't looked recently. Let's have a look. Store page. Still mixed. The all reviews says mostly positive. Yeah, but they were. It's kind of stabilizing, to be honest. It's kind of stabilizing. That all reviews mostly positive was 81% was positive, and now that's down to 74. So it's nearly a 10% drop. Yeah, and the recents dropped a lot more. It says it's mixed, and that used to be in the 70s, like 2% of the recent reviews were positive. Yeah, and now that's down to 59. So slightly more than 50% of the people are leaving positive, but otherwise it's negative. They're seeing quite a significant drop in the positivity of the reviews, with the vast majority of people seriously hammering them over these NPCs. I mean, it's not even general bugs. If you think back to like the last few significant updates, most people were up in arms over like actual bugs and not just holes in mechanics. Yeah, they were relatively solid as far as mechanics go in general. Cooking had a few issues, yeah, but that was a completely new system. One wouldn't expect anything less, to be quite honest. Yeah, at least I wouldn't. They made that system completely brand new when it was put in. Other than that, it's like anything and everything that's spawn related, be it puppet or now NPC, it just seems to pull them down and they can't seem to find their feet. But with any luck, they'll see what's going on in the reviews and actually do something about it a little quicker than usual. I'm really trying my hardest just to be positive, not put a spin or a hype on it, but just to see the positive parts that I can build on. My general opinion over the fact that the NPCs are absolutely broken and shit the way they are has not changed. Yeah, but I'm trying to push through with a, grin and bear it smile on my face, so as not to be, because I mean, I love the game in general. Yeah, the vast majority of the things that we have to do, the building, the survival, the cooking, the puppets, the abandoned bunkers especially. Yeah, and that was one thing that I absolutely adamantly hated when they first added. And I fucking love running those motherfuckers now. I mean, granted, when they first added those were mega fucked. But, they managed to balance that. They really need to pull something out of their hat to stop chasing people away with these NPCs, because it's just out of hand. It's out of hand. Anyway, let's not end on too much of a negative. We had a nice little restart, so to speak, on LDR. I think I'll probably split the time during the week between Meat Grinder and, well, actually just in general between Meat Grinder and LDR, because I want to carry on the Meat Grinder. We made it to a blonde one shy of getting 150 fame once, and that's now the second time we've been to 100 fame on the Meat Grinder. And we're not even permadeath restarting now. We're restarting with the same character. and we've got gear, and it's not going to be, you know, as tough. So we'll probably do like one day meat grinder, one day LDR, and just alternate. And then we'll see whichever one we go, whatever one we go with over the weekend. Maybe do one weekend all meat grinder, one weekend all LDR. We'll see. We'll see how it works out. We'll see how it works out. Overall, I'm definitely still enjoying myself. Besides getting clapped, but that is what it is. It's a survival game. So yeah, I'm going to stop waffling, and I'm going to say thank you to everyone for hanging out with me and putting up with my shit. I hope you enjoyed what we were able to put together. You have a wonderful rest of whatever it is where you are. And yeah, we have a plan for the coming days. We just got to get to it. So until then, I'll see you next time. Ciao. Don't forget to like and subscribe.